Chapter 2594. It was 100 feet tall and looked like a ferocious tiger. It belonged to the tiger form and looked extremely ferocious. With a pounce, it stirred up a strong gust of wind and bombarded forward. The three supreme realm masters immediately responded. One of them raised a large shield in his hand and lowered his waist into a horse stance. His upper body seemed to swell up in an instant, especially his arms, which had grown by a large size. He was planning to take on the attack head-on from the 300-meter distance. The other two quickly dodged to the left and right. One of them circled around and attacked. The power of the tiger form that was 100 feet tall was astonishing and terrifying. The person who was holding the shield was directly sent flying without any resistance. No, there was still resistance. At least the ferocious tiger form paused for a moment, and its ferocious posture also paused for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the two on the left and right immediately joined forces to attack. The super realm expert that was sent flying also quickly gathered his strength and suddenly charged forward. The large shield in his hand carried a mountain-like power as it fiercely smashed towards the tiger form. The three of them joined forces to besiege the tiger form. This was the first scene that Chunzong saw when he stepped on a blade mountain. However, Chunzong only watched from afar and had no intention of interfering. He only wanted to see the strength of the celestial spirits here. According to Bei Qian, the difference between the celestial spirits here and the previous three levels was that the celestial spirits here were not only 100 feet tall, but their strength was also closely related to their size. The celestial spirits that were 100 feet tall were the most basic. Their strength was tyrannical. An ordinary super realm expert would not be a match for them in a one-on-one battle. In addition, there were also the celestial spirits that were 200 feet tall and 300 feet tall. The bigger the body, the stronger the celestial spirits. Similarly, the celestial spirits that were left behind after being killed would be purer and more vigorous. They were divided into low, middle, and high levels. It was said that the celestial spirits of the high levels of the super realm were closer to the celestial origin. Of course, there was a huge gap between them. However, the strength of the 300 feet tall celestial spirits was extremely terrifying. Very few people could kill them alone. Usually, it would require the cooperation of a strong team to kill them. As for the level above 300 feet, there was indeed another level, which was the king of divine spirits. It was said that the godly essence of the king of godly aspects was not much different from the godly aspect origin. Of course, not only were there very few kings of divine images, but they were also extremely powerful. Even the divine general ranking couldn't kill a king of divine image alone. Even a powerful team could be annihilated. Chunzong naturally wanted to see how powerful the king of divine phase was. However, it was not that easy. There were very few kings of divine phase. After observing for a while, Chunzong saw that the three super realms had worked together to kill the 1,000-foot-tall celestial god form. He now had a general understanding of the strength of the 1,000-foot-tall celestial god form. With his own strength, he could kill it alone. With a flash of his body, Chunzong went to other places of the Sharp Blade Mountain to look for the celestial bodies to kill. The Sharp Blade Mountain was a mountain that was thousands of feet high and hundreds of thousands of feet long. It could be considered very large. There were many celestial bodies living in the mountain. Most of them lived alone, each occupying a territory. It was like a king occupying the top of a mountain. There were a few groups that also had their own territories. Chunzong searched for a while and found that almost all the celestial bodies he found were being hunted by teams of a few people. Chunzong also had a preliminary understanding of the so-called competition. For example, when someone was hunting a celestial body, suddenly another team came in and snatched it away. Or when a team successfully killed a celestial body and the essence of the celestial god was dropped, another team would suddenly jump out and snatch it away. Then, a fight would break out. However, Chunzong had no intention of interfering. He continued to search. After climbing the mountain and going deeper, Chunzong finally found a celestial body that had not been hunted yet. It was a celestial body that was lazily holding a huge, protruding mountain rock. Its eyes were closed as if it was sleeping. Shenzong did not hide his figure. He took a step forward and sword chi burst out. His body and sword became one. He was like a sharp sword that pierced through the air. He approached the celestial body with lightning speed. The moment Shenzong appeared, the celestial body also felt Shenzong's aura. Its slightly squinted eyes suddenly opened. They were extremely large and emitted an extremely cold light. There was also a hint of anger from being disturbed. A deep and majestic roar instantly rang out, following which the bull rapidly stood up. Its four thick and solid limbs supported its gigantic body, giving off the feeling of a small hill. Its gigantic curved horns directly locked onto Shenzong as it abruptly rushed towards Shenzong without any mercy. Hegemonic wind slash. Shenzong mercilessly slashed out with his sword. The power of the Ultra Realm erupted. It was extremely powerful. This time, Shenzong entered the Divine Image Secret Realm using the Celestial Body, refining Celestial Body. Although the power of the Hegemonic Wind Slash was not as strong as that of the Celestial Body, refining Celestial Body, it was not weak either. The Heart Sword technique was good at sensing and controlling the surroundings. However, if the heart was strong, the sword would be strong as well. Shenzong wanted to test the celestial body's strength with this sword. He wanted to see how strong this celestial body was. Although he had seen it before, it was someone else's battle. After all, it was not so accurate. He would only know if he fought it himself. Slash. That ray of sword light expanded to a length of 50 to 60 zhang. Even if it was compared to the 300 zhang tall ox, it would not be much different. However, at the moment of contact, Shenzong felt an extremely powerful and vigorous force. It directly bombarded him and shattered the sword light. The terrifying force also sent Shenzong flying. An extremely powerful and unreasonable force. This was the force of the celestial body. It was extremely domineering. This time, Shenzong was directly sent flying. He was at a disadvantage. However, the power of Shenzong's sword was also very strong. It at least stopped the celestial body's charge and made it slide back by more than 10 meters. 10 meters was very short for the celestial body of the celestial body. However, it was still retreating. Shenzong, who was sent flying, once again exploded with power. He stepped out into the void, and the sword light shone again. Shenzong's expression was solemn. His eyes were shining with an extremely sharp light. It was as if they could pierce through the sky in an instant. It seemed that there was nothing between heaven and earth that could stop them. Eyes like a sword, body like a sword, and heart like a sword. The sharpness of the sword heart was cast in an instant. It was then drawn out by Shenzong. In an instant, it was integrated into the sky river sword in his hand. The brilliance of the sword suddenly shone brightly. The deep blue color was like a strong wind sweeping across the vast sea. Sword chi flowed without any wind. It turned into a storm of sword chi that swept in all directions. Shenzong's celestial body, which was 120 feet tall, also rose and floated in the air. His eyes became brighter and brighter as he was supported by the storm of sword chi. Immediately, he swung his sword. It seemed to be a casual stroke, but it also seemed to be a slash with all his strength. An unparalleled sharpness erupted from this sword in an instant. Vaguely, the sword light was like a sharp claw. It was incomparably sharp, tearing the air apart. It also seemed to tear the void apart, leaving behind a faint and fine black scar. If one took a closer look at the faint and fine black scar, one would feel a sense of horror. It was because it was covered with saw teeth. The saw teeth were very fine, and they were aimed at Niuxiang with irresistible force. This was the sword that Shenzong had comprehended not long ago from the claw mark on the broken rock at the foot of Blade Mountain. He then broke the limit and created this sword that was full of sharpness. It was a sword that could tear everything apart. Heart swordsmanship, sky-splitting style. This was a sword that paid great attention to sharpness. When the sword was drawn, it would tear everything apart. Everything, heaven and earth, everything would be torn apart by the sharpness of this sword. Shenzong's sword slashed down. The body of Minister Niu was extremely huge, and it was unable to dodge Chunzong's sword. In fact, even if Minister Niu's body was shrunk by 10 times, it would still be unable to dodge Chunzong's sword. When the sword light cut through Niu Xiang's body like a sharp claw, Chunzong sensed a moment of obstruction. However, that obstruction was also torn apart by the sword light in an instant. It was as if a layer of skin had been cut open. Niu Xiang's body was like a piece of tofu. There was no resistance at all. Split, split, split. Under the sky-splitting style, Niu Xiang's body was directly split from head to toe. It was split into 2 halves by the sword. One sword directly killed Niu Xiang, showing unparalleled lethality. Even though Chunzong was confident, he could not help but feel surprised and a little happy when it really happened. What a sharp, unique skill. Originally, he had been accumulating for a long time. By chance, he comprehended the claw mark that he did not know when or who had left it. Finally, he found the opportunity to tear apart the shackles like a ray of light. It made the countless inspirations that he had accumulated in his heart burst out like a flood breaking a dam. In the end, the move sky-splitting style was born. It was included in the heart swordsmanship by Chunzong. It belonged to the Great Path unique skill of the back heart swordsmanship in the perfection realm. It was a Great Path unique skill of the lower star class, which was not inferior to the Zhanshan River technique at all. Of course, this was also brought about by continuous accumulation and breaking through to the super realm. If it was only at the final realm, Chunzong might not be able to comprehend it at once. He might even be able to reach the lower star class in one go. Realms and cultivation were sometimes very good foundations, just like the foundation of building a pavilion. When one's realm was not enough, even if one had all kinds of inspirations, they would be blocked outside the door. There would always be a feeling of not being able to enter the door. When one's realm was enough, success would naturally come naturally. In fact, Chunzong had already walked in front of many super realm experts. After all, most of the super realm experts, even some experts on the Divine General list, had not mastered a Great Path unique skill. The power of a Great Path unique skill was absolutely amazing. Even Niu Xiang could not resist it. It should be known that before, 3 super realm experts had joined forces to besiege it. After a fierce battle, they had killed the Niu Xiang. The Niu Xiang's strength was not inferior to the Tiger Xiang's. Here, everyone's level of divine image power was about the same. The real deciding factor was the Great Path, martial arts, and combat skills. After all, it was not the actual body that entered here, but only a divine image. Unique skills were extremely important. It was a great component of one's strength. Of course, unique skills were very powerful, but the consumption when using them was also very shocking. The sky-splitting style just now directly consumed 30% of Chunzong's strength. Chapter 2595. The essence of the celestial form of ox that was 1,000 feet in size was astonishing. It was about 10 feet in size, and its appearance was like a miniature ox. Chunzong waved his hand and absorbed the miniature ox. It instantly entered his body and turned into a pure and majestic power. It spread out like a stream of water and was quickly refined by Chunzong. Once refined, Chunzong felt that the essence was different from the previous 3 levels of celestial form. However, this difference could only be felt and could not be described in words. While refining the essence of this celestial form, Chunzong's power was quickly restored. He set off again and looked for other celestial forms to kill. For the celestial form of the transcendent realm to be completely solid, it would require more essence. Hizong carried his door-sized broadsword and strode out of the campsite. Walking with him was his longtime companion, Zhe Yi. Zhe Yi carried a pair of short spears and looked at Hizong with an evil smile. Why don't we go to the Blade Mountain? There are many praise there. Okay, let's go to the Blade Mountain to play. Hizong smiled cruelly. The highest point of the Blade Mountain was thousands of feet high, and the shortest one was thousands of feet high. It covered an area of hundreds of thousands of feet and could be considered a very large mountain. Chunzong kept going deeper and deeper. Occasionally, he would encounter a celestial form that was not hunted by anyone. He would immediately attack and kill it with the fastest speed. He would obtain the essence of the celestial form and refine it quickly. Today, Chunzong had just killed the 18th celestial form. When he was about to refine the essence of the celestial form, two auras quickly approached him. With his sharp senses, Chunzong could feel that the two auras were somewhat chaotic. Sure enough, the owners of the two auras were rushing towards Chunzong. When they saw Chunzong, they were slightly startled. However, their bodies did not slow down at all, and they quickly passed by Chunzong. One of them seemed to be kind and reminded Chunzong, "The hunters are here. Run quickly." Hunters. Chunzong was slightly startled. Immediately, the information that Bei Qian had told him flashed through his mind. Celestial form hunters. Hunter for short. Back when Chunzong was at the first level of the Divine Appearance Secret Realm, he already knew that the Divine Appearance essence obtained from killing other cultivators' Divine Appearance bodies was the most effective to absorb and refine. It was the same for the second level, the third level, and the fourth level. However, in the first, second, and third levels, there were more heavenly deities, and the competition wasn't as intense. Hence, there was no need to deliberately hunt down other cultivators. That kind of action would easily incur the wrath of the masses. Since they all came from the same universe, it would be relatively easy to find them. However, once they made too many enemies and moved out of the Divine Image Secret Realm, it would become a life and death feud. Even if the territory was relatively large, there was still a limit to it. However, the universe was vast and boundless. In the fourth level of the Celestial Aspects Secret Realm, there were relatively fewer celestial aspects in the Celestial Aspects Secret Realm. Thus, the competition was even more intense. With all these conditions combined, some people had different thoughts. They would hunt down the celestial aspects of other cultivators to obtain the essence of the celestial aspects. This path might be a little faster than hunting down the celestial beings of the heavens. Hunting was addictive. Once or twice was fine, but once it happened too many times, it would become a habit. Gradually, one would become addicted and eventually become a true hunter. Hunters specialized in hunting down the celestial aspects of other cultivators to obtain the essence of the celestial aspects. After entering the transcendent realm, Chunzong didn't think too much about it. However, encountering a divine appearance hunter was inevitable. It was only a matter of time. Even if he didn't encounter one now, he would encounter one in the future, because, according to Bei Qian, there were many divine appearance hunters in the transcendent realm. Divine appearance hunters rarely acted alone. They even formed some groups that were difficult to eliminate. Gradually, they grew larger and more rampant. Chunzong didn't expect that he would encounter a divine appearance hunter so soon after entering the transcendent realm. For no reason, Chunzong's interest was piqued. He didn't leave. Chunzong didn't immediately turn around and leave. Instead, he waited for the so-called divine appearance hunter to arrive so he could see how strong he was. He actually didn't leave. That's stupid. The two fleeing transcendent realm divine appearance hunters saw that Chunzong didn't leave when he heard that a hunter had arrived. Instead, he stood there in a daze, as if he had been struck dumb. Regardless, they couldn't do anything about it. Two streams of killing intent rapidly spread over from afar. They were like a surging tide, yet also like a hurricane. Their speed was extremely fast, and they were closing in on Yishuan. Immediately, as if sensing Chunzong's aura, the two murderous intents suddenly turned and fell on Chunzong, directly locking onto Chunzong. In the blink of an eye, two figures appeared at the same time. One of them carried a door-sized broadsword on his shoulder, while the other held a short spear in each hand. They looked murderous. Their eyes were extremely sharp and full of murderous intent. This kind of murderous intent wasn't because of hatred. It was purely a desire to kill, as if they were staring at their prey. Hunters simply wanted to kill other practitioners to obtain their divine appearance essence. It wasn't out of hatred or anything like that. It was purely a kind of profit. It was just like when people wanted to eat meat, they had to kill pigs or cows. The reason was similar. To put it bluntly, it was that cruel. Are you hunters? Shenzong glanced at them and asked. It seems that you're not stupid. Yu Fong, who was carrying the door plank like a broadsword, was slightly startled and then immediately burst into laughter. He wanted to see Chen Zong's panicked appearance. That was undoubtedly a different kind of enjoyment, and he didn't know when he started to like this kind of feeling. But now, this man didn't look panicked at all. On the contrary, he was very calm and even asked them if they were hunters. Although it was a rhetorical question, there was a kind of certainty in his tone. Don't talk nonsense. One of them was a little colder. He smiled evilly and immediately took a step forward. Both of his hands held a short spear as he broke through the air in an instant. Like two poisonous snakes leaving their caves, they immediately closed in on Chunzong and attacked him from the left and right. As for Yu Fong, he didn't make a move, but his eyes were extremely sharp and cold. He stared directly at Chunzong, and a terrible murderous intent completely locked on at Chunzong. If one looked carefully, he was destined to stand on both feet, so he could directly burst out a tyrannical power in an instant and cut with his broadsword to intercept Chunzong. He didn't make a move, but he was already like a cheater ready to strike. Yufang's pair of spears came at him. Chunzong didn't move. He directly displayed the heart swordsmanship with his sword. With the heart swordsmanship at the perfect realm, his perception of the surroundings became clearer, and his interference with the surroundings became more obvious. The feeling of control became stronger. Under the heart swordsmanship, Chunzong could clearly perceive the trajectory of the two spears. Even some of the subsequent changes were in Chunzong's perception, as if he had grasped them. One sword. Chunzong casually swung his sword. At least in the eyes of Yu Fong, who was watching from the side, that sword was indeed swung casually. However, it gave Yu Fong a feeling, an indescribable feeling, as if he had everything under control. Sure enough, after the sword was waved, Yu Fong's two spears were directly blocked. Even the subsequent changes were blocked. He could only helplessly change his moves and couldn't continue to display them. After being blocked and interrupted, the change of moves couldn't be so smooth. The feeling of choosing one was even stronger. He was a hunter, and killing was his second nature. It might be too much to describe him, but he had definitely killed a lot of people, whether it was inside or outside the Divine Image secret realm. He had the strength and ability to do so. Yu Fong's use of the two spears was extraordinary, better than many people. But now he was blocked by his opponent with just one move, and all his escape routes were blocked. This was simply unbelievable, but it happened. Moreover, Chunzong's sword not only blocked Yu Fong's subsequent changes, forcing him to forcefully change his moves, but also left a flaw. Yu Fong's sword directly attacked through that flaw. Yu Fong had no choice but to forcefully change his moves again. His two spears crossed and revolved, wanting to block Chunzong's sword. That seemingly simple sword move was in fact amazing and mysterious, and its power was extraordinary. What are you waiting for? While Zhao spun his spears to defend himself, he also roared. The moment his voice fell, Yu Fong, who had been accumulating power, bent his legs slightly. His legs were filled with power, and in an instant, they seemed to swell up. Then, with a boom, an incomparably powerful force exploded. The mountain rocks shattered in an instant, and Yu Fong's body suddenly rushed forward. The big sword on his shoulder also exploded in an instant, carrying a thunderous force. It was as if the sword could split a mountain and cut a river in half. It was an extremely tyrannical saber strike, an extremely domineering saber strike, and a shocking saber intent. Chunzong was secretly shocked. This blade was not an ordinary blade technique, but a profound martial art, a transcendent, profound martial art. It was fine if he did not attack, but once he attacked, it would be fatal, killing Chunzong. After forcing Yu Fong to retreat with a sword, Chunzong immediately attacked. Hegemonic Wind Slash. The dark green sword aura was extremely domineering as it slashed towards Yu Fong's saber. Collision. The sword light was shattered, and so was the sword light. However, Chunzong could not stop retreating. Here, they were all in the divine image body, and there was no additional strength. Chunzong did not have an advantage in strength, and both of them were supreme class AO Wu. Moreover, Yufeng's divine image body was more condensed than Chunzong's. This was where his advantage lay. After forcing Chunzong to retreat with one strike, Yufeng's eyes became brighter. He lifted his knees and stepped forward, landing heavily. The second strike also exploded and slashed fiercely. At the same time, Yufeng also quickly adjusted. His two spears shone with a dazzling light and directly turned into two zigzagging lightning, piercing through the air and stabbing towards Yufeng. Yufeng's sword was heavy and overbearing, while Yufeng's two spears were fast, tricky, and vicious. They took the path of one straight and one strange. When they cooperated, they blocked all of Chunzong's dodging in an instant. There was no way to avoid it, and he could only face it head-on. And if he faced it head-on, he had to face it head-on. According to the collision just now, this person was not his opponent in a head-on confrontation. Yufeng was very confident about this. In an instant, an indescribable sharpness suddenly rose from Chunzong's body, and the sword chi whistled. Chapter 2596. The sharpness was endless, tearing the world apart. Heart sword technique, space, rending form. When the sword was unleashed, the sword light was like an extremely terrifying claw that directly tore the void apart. It caused the divine image bodies of Feng, He, and one or two people to involuntarily tremble. They felt a sense of horror, as if they were being stabbed by a sword. Before the sword light arrived, they already felt like they were being torn apart, and their hair stood on end. They couldn't block it. In the face of this sword, they couldn't block it at all. They didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Whether it was Yufeng's broadsword or Xiao Yi's dual spears, they were all split apart by Chunzong's sword. Unstoppable. Invincible. After the sword light broke through the two's attacks, it didn't show any signs of weakening. Its speed was astonishing as it slashed towards the two. They couldn't block it. The consequence of not being able to block, it was being split apart and torn apart by the sword light. Killing us is your biggest mistake. Before Yufeng's divine image body was cut apart and dissipated, he roared at Chunzong with a murderous look. The hunting group will never let you go. After saying that, Yufeng's divine image body dissipated. Xiao Yi didn't say anything, but his eyes were extremely fierce. Even when he dissipated, he stared at Chunzong fiercely, as if he wanted to pierce through Chunzong. After the two died, two divine image essences were left behind. Chunzong didn't care about anything and directly absorbed and refined them. Sure enough, the divine image essences left behind by cultivators are the most efficient and effective to absorb, Chunzong thought to himself. Once refined, the difference was obvious when compared with the divine image essences of the celestial images. No wonder some people became hunters. This feeling was addictive. But no matter what, Chunzong wouldn't become a hunter. That didn't conform to his style of doing things, or rather, his principles. The hunting group, After coming back to his senses, Chunzong started to ponder. In the divine image secret realm, people mainly existed in teams. There were very few lone wolves, mainly because one person wasn't enough to compete with others for the celestial images. Unless they were very, very strong, so strong that they could take on an entire team by themselves. Even among hunters, there were very few lone wolves. They also existed in the form of teams. The hunting group was one of the hunter groups. It was a rather strong group. Of course, those who dared to become hunters were generally not weak. The groups formed by hunters were usually very strong. There were at least 10 members in each group. Otherwise, they would have been destroyed long ago. Of course, killing these two hunters was not really killing them. After all, they had only destroyed the bodies of the godly images here. After a while, they could enter this place again. It was just that they had lost two godly image essences, which they could quickly recover. As for the so-called hunting group, Chunzong would not ignore them, nor would he fear them. If they really wanted to take revenge on him, then let them come. Let's see who would be the one hunting who. He was just that stubborn. Shenzong didn't care too much about the hunters. If they wanted to kill him, then they would be killed by him. Of course, Shenzong wouldn't pay too much attention to them. His figure flashed as he recovered his consumed strength and flew away quickly, continuing to search for the celestial images. The bodies of the godly images didn't need to eat, drink, or sleep. If they were really tired, they only needed to rest for a while to recover. The fourth level of the divine image secret realm, the Ultra Realm, was located in a relatively hidden cave outside the camp. There were a few figures gathered together. I heard that Fong He and one or two of them died. A half-lying godly image body said slowly, with a hint of mockery and ridicule in his words. That's right. They died at the Sharp Blade Mountain. Moreover, it was 2 against 1. They were killed cleanly. Beside him, a godly image body that was practicing boxing casually replied, Sharp Blade Mountain. Everyone who entered the 4th level knew that it was equivalent to a place for newcomers. Generally, Ultra Realm experts who entered the Ultra Realm for the first time would go to the Sharp Blade Mountain to hunt the celestial images. It wasn't just for the first time. Many people would choose to enter the Sharp Blade Mountain during their 2nd and 3rd time. This was because the Sharp Blade Mountain was the closest to the camp. This was one of the reasons. The second reason was that the celestial images in the Sharp Blade Mountain were mostly hundreds of meters tall, belonging to the lowest level of the Ultra Realm. Fong He and 1 or 2 of them might not be senior hunters, but they weren't rookies either. For them to die at the Sharp Blade Mountain was equivalent to saying that they died at the hands of a rookie. Even if they weren't rookies, in short, it was 2 against 1, and they were killed cleanly. It wasn't something to be proud of. How embarrassing. The half-lying, godly image body mocked. No matter how embarrassing it is, he's still a member of our hunting group. Since he was killed, we have to get back at him. The man who was punching sounded like he was from the Jianghu. Then he threw a punch. The force of the punch tore through the air as if it had created a vacuum wave. It hit the wall of the cave dozens of meters away, leaving a clear imprint of the fist. Then he stopped and looked at the body of the deity form, who had been sitting cross-legged. Boss, what do you think? The person who was called Boss had been sitting cross-legged without moving. His posture was very upright. His godly image body looked unusually burly. Even if they were both 120 meters tall, he still gave off a very burly feeling. His posture was as immovable as a mountain. Even if the wind blew, the rain fell, and the waves surged to the sky, it wouldn't be shaken at all. Kill our way back. At this moment, when the person who was punched asked, the boss of the hunting group no longer remained silent. He directly gave a response. It was a very simple but very direct and powerful response. His voice was also extremely low, making people who heard it feel like thunder rolling in thick dark clouds. It contained an indescribable, terrifying power. Okay, let's do it. The 2 people immediately answered seriously and immediately turned to leave the cave. They wanted to avenge Fong He. Fong He's 2 people were not weak. 2 against 1, but they were still easily killed. With just the 2 of us, we may not be able to do anything to them. Then let's find a few more. Not long after, the 5 hunters gathered and quickly went to Blade Mountain. Kill them. As soon as the 5 hunters entered Sharp Blade Mountain, they did not hesitate to kill the other Supreme Realm cultivators as soon as they saw them. For a moment, chaos broke out in Sharp Blade Mountain. It was as if dogs were flying and dogs were jumping. Generally speaking, senior hunters wouldn't enter Blade Mountain to hunt casually. Although they needed godly image essence, the godly image essence of the newcomers who had just entered the super extreme realm wasn't that dense. The purity and density of the godly image essence of the godly image body was closely related to the degree of condensation of the godly image body. The more condensed the godly image body was, the purer and denser the godly image essence obtained after killing the newcomers. Therefore, senior hunters didn't like to go to Blade Mountain to hunt. Firstly, it was because the godly image essence of the newcomers wasn't delicious enough. Secondly, it was because of their reputation. Even if they became hunters, they didn't want to have a bad reputation of bullying the weak. Except for those lone hunters who didn't have any scruples. However, this didn't mean that after entering Blade Mountain, they wouldn't casually kill some cultivators. As long as they saw someone and didn't run away in time, they would be killed by them. They would do it casually. Of course, before killing, they would often ask where Chunzong was. Fang had already sent Chunzong's clear image to others, making it easier to find him. However, Blade Mountain was very big. Although it wasn't like finding a needle in a haystack, it wasn't that easy to find Chunzong. However, sometimes it was just that coincidental. Chunzong killed dozens of thousand zhang tall, godly forms. After absorbing the godly forms, he planned to leave the Sharp Blade Mountain. Because the Sharp Blade Mountain was the starting point for newcomers, almost all the godly forms that lived here were 1,000 zhang tall. The newcomers would all come to the Sharp Blade Mountain to test their power. Chunzong had already tested it. After killing dozens of godly images, he was completely sure that the godly images were not his opponents. Even if he didn't use his great Dao Lost technique, he could still kill them with his excellent sword skills. Of course, it would take a long time. Therefore, Chunzong planned to leave the camp even further and look for godly images that were 200 meters tall. He also wanted to see how strong he was and whether he could kill a godly image that was 200 meters tall. If he could, then he would look for godly images that were 300 meters tall. He improved step by step, advancing layer by layer. Therefore, Chunzong wanted to leave Blade Mountain. The 5 hunters of the hunting group wanted to enter Blade Mountain to look for Chunzong. Coincidentally, they bumped into each other. Without asking, the 5 of them directly locked onto Chunzong. They quickly formed a circle and surrounded Chunzong. "You dare to kill people from our hunting group. You have guts." A man with a pair of abnormally thick arms stared at Chunzong like a fierce tiger. It was as if he wanted to eat Chunzong. His tone was full of malice and ferocity. "In the future, all of you will have a deeper understanding." Chunzong replied in a neither fast nor slow manner. "Yo, you are quite arrogant," another person said with a mocking smile. "Don't talk nonsense with him. Let's kill him as soon as possible." "We still need to hunt others," someone said impatiently. Another person said impatiently. His face was ferocious and filled with murderous intent. Before he even finished speaking, he had already attacked Chunzong mercilessly with an attack. No matter what expression the other 4 had, when it was time to attack, there was no hesitation at all. Their murderous intent was shocking. In an instant, Chunzong was surrounded by the 5 senior hunters. The pressure was many times stronger than when he faced Fang He and 1 or 2 people. It was more than 10 times stronger. Heart Sword was fully activated. Chunzong's control of everything around him became sharper and clearer. The 5 hunters attacked from 5 different directions. However, there was an invisible tacit cooperation between them. They directly blocked Chunzong's escape route. He could only take it head-on. Then, how could he take the attacks from 5 senior hunters from different directions? The Great Perfection stage of the Heart Sword art allowed Chunzong to clearly sense the attacks coming from 5 different directions. Moreover, he was able to dodge them in an unimaginable manner. Chapter 2597. Impossible. When Chunzong dodged the joint attack of the 5 men in an incredible manner, the 5 men almost roared in unison. Under such a siege, there was no way out. At least, that was what they thought. However, Chunzong had dodged their attacks. It was simply unbelievable. Little did they know that the Heart's swordsmanship in the realm of perfection was so superb that his perception of his surroundings had reached an astonishing level. Coupled with the strong interference, Chunzong was able to escape from the joint attack of the 5 men. Immediately after, Chunzong counterattacked. His sword directly slashed towards one of them. There was no way to dodge, and he could only take it head-on. However, the sword light seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that could penetrate through any holes. It avoided his head-on attack and directly attacked. It was as light as a feather, as if there was no force behind it. The moment it hit, it left a clear sword mark on the body of the divine image. When the body of the divine image was attacked, it would not feel pain. After all, it was not a body of flesh and blood. However, when it was hit and injured, its power would gradually drain away, causing its strength to decrease. The sword light seemed to wander around the opponent's body. Before the attacks of the other 4 men arrived, Chunzong had already attacked 3 times in a row, leaving 3 sword marks on the divine image's body. The power of the divine image was rapidly draining away. Chunzong performed the heart swordsmanship to the extreme. Everything around him was within his perception. Under the Heart Sutra, the 10 artistic realms of the heart were constantly activated. He could completely analyze and deal with the siege of the 5 men with ease. Not only that, but he could also counterattack accurately. In terms of divine image power alone, Chunzong was not as good as these 5 men. However, in terms of the realm and power of swordsmanship, he was better than them. In the state of the divine image, besides the power of the divine image, the power of the great path, martial arts, and so on determined one's strength. In the realm of the great path of swordsmanship, Chunzong was at the realm of perfection. In this regard, very few people in the surpassing realm could compare with Chunzong. Of course, the universe was so vast and boundless that there were definitely people who could do so. However, the 5 men in front of him were not among them. Even their martial arts attainments were only at the entry level. The realm of the great path of swordsmanship also represented the application and integration of the power of the great path, and the power of the great path also represented power. Chaos. Under Chunzong's superb heart sword art, the 5 of them were instantly disrupted. Then, the rhythm was controlled by Chunzong, giving them a feeling that the 5 of them weren't teaming up to deal with one person, but rather, it was a one-on-one battle. This was simply unbelievable. One person gave them the feeling that there were 5 people fighting one-on-one. Not only that, but he also suppressed them. The rhythm of the battle was completely controlled by Chunzong. At a disadvantage. All 5 of them were at a disadvantage. Facing Chunzong's swordsmanship, they could only try their best to cope with it. This feeling was very aggrieved. They could only explode and display the powerful Ao Wu. There was no doubt that Ao Wu's power was stronger than sword arts. After all, no matter how strong heart sword arts was, it could only unleash the power of a 4th order Ao Wu. There was a huge gap between it and a 12th order Ao Wu. With the eruption of Ao Wu, the 5 of them immediately recovered from their disadvantage. However, none of them had mastered the Great Path unique techniques. They could only rely on the Ao Wu of the Super Realm to recover from their disadvantage, but they couldn't do anything to Chunzong. In an instant, sword chi surged out from Chunzong's body and rushed in all directions. It was as if it could pierce and tear everything apart. The astonishing sharpness was endless and peerless, as if it could tear everything apart. The 5 hunters felt a chill all over their bodies for no reason. There was also a tearing feeling. Soon after, Chunzong swung his sword. After the sword light was extremely bright, it carried an indescribable grayish-white shadow. It seemed to be a shadow left behind by the tearing of the void. It was covered with fine saw teeth, like the claws of some kind of giant beast, and it was extremely sharp as it tore through the air. Heart sword technique, space splitting style. Ever since Chunzong had comprehended the incomparably sharp sword, he had been comprehending it time and time again, gradually improving it. Compared to when he had just comprehended it, perhaps its power had not increased by much, but when he used it, it had become much smoother. When the sword was swung out, it was like a hot knife through butter. Nothing could resist its sharpness. Moreover, Chunzong sure had grasped the timing of this sword strike very precisely. When the sword swung out, it instantly split 3 of the attacks. It slashed towards 3 of the hunters with irresistible force. It was as if they were intimidated by the extremely terrifying sharpness of the space-splitting style. After all, the Great Path unique techniques belonged to the 4th realm. It had an innate, intimidating effect on 3rd realm cultivators. If they couldn't block it or avoid it, the result would be that their godly forms were directly cut through and killed. Out of the 5 hunters, 3 were eliminated in an instant. Only 2 were left. The threat to Chunzong decreased by many times. Let's go. The remaining 2 hunters instantly looked at each other and made a prompt decision. They retreated without hesitation. Their opponent was too strong. That kind of strength was extremely terrifying. He had actually killed 3 people with a single sword strike. They had been killed without being able to defend themselves. They finally understood why Fong he had been able to kill 1 or 2 people so easily. That was the reason why Fong he had been able to kill them so easily. Any one of the 5 hunters was stronger than Fong he in a one-on-one battle. Even so, they were still killed when the 5 of them worked together. It was simply unbelievable. They knew that they were no match for him, but they still fought to the death. That was a stupid thing to do. Even if they died here, it wouldn't be a real death. Run. They had to run away and bring the news back as fast as possible to report to their boss. However, would Chunzong let them escape? The answer was no. In an instant, Chunzong sheathed his sword as if it was returning to its scabbard. His sword chi gushed out again like a raging tide. The surrounding ground was torn apart, and countless cracks appeared. The sword chi was endless like a storm. The void also seemed to be torn apart, and everything was reduced to dust. Endless sharpness condensed in an instant and poured into the sky river sword. The sword trembled slightly, and the sound of the sword was sonorous and ear-piercing. Heart sword technique, space, splitting style, slash. In an instant, the sword light broke through the air, and a gray-white shadow spread out at an astonishing speed. It was as fast as lightning, tearing apart heaven and earth. In an instant, it caught up with the 2 hunters and tore their divine image bodies apart. It tore them apart mercilessly. It tore them apart cleanly like a hot knife through butter. That kind of feeling was incomparably comfortable, because from the bottom of his heart, he felt an extreme sense of satisfaction. Kill. The 5 hunters from the hunting group all died under Chunzong's sword. It only took 2 swords. 5 pure and vigorous divine image essences were left in the air. They were directly absorbed by Chunzong. They were quickly absorbed into the divine image body, and then quickly refined. Sure enough, the divine image essence of a veteran hunter was different. It was obviously better than the divine image essence of 100 feet tall celestial image. The efficiency of absorption and refinement was more than double. However, Chunzong still had no intention of becoming a hunter. After quickly leaving Sharp Blade Mountain, Chunzong did not return to the camp. It was still too early for him to leave the divine image secret realm. Moreover, there were still many years before he arrived at the 9th Heaven universe. He naturally could not waste these years. He had to do his best to improve himself. It was a race against time, and his strength had to reach the peak. Even if it was only the 3rd realm, he had to reach the peak of the 3rd realm and reach the point where he could no longer advance any further before he considered breaking through to the 4th realm. Of course, if he really reached the peak of the 3rd realm and reached the point where he could no longer advance any further, he might be able to break through to the 4th realm naturally. What Chunzong didn't know was that the scene of him killing 5 hunters by himself was coincidentally witnessed by someone from afar who was extremely surprised. Subsequently, the news was also spread, and very quickly, it spread throughout the camp. Fighting 1 against 5 hunters, not only did he survive, but he also killed all 5 of them. This kind of strength was a bit scary. There was no doubt that Chunzong had unknowingly become famous. Although there were not many people who knew about him now, the news would spread. All in all, the reputation of a sword cultivator with amazing swordsmanship and terrifying strength was spread and quietly spread. Sword cultivator, amazing swordsmanship. After Bei Qian entered the camp, he heard the news. He killed 5 hunters from the hunting group alone. This kind of strength is indeed very strong. If it was Bei Qian himself, he might be able to do it if he was in his original body. However, it would be impossible for him to do it if he was only in his divine image body. Facing 5 hunters from the hunting group, it would be a tough battle and he would be killed. The only difference was whether he could kill one of them or not. Could it be him? While Bei Qian was thinking, in an instant, there seemed to be a flash of light. His eyes lit up and a figure appeared in front of him. However, it was hard to say whether it was him or not. After all, the universe was vast, and there were countless sword cultivators and genius sword cultivators. Without seeing it with his own eyes, how could he know who it was? However, there was nothing wrong with the theory. However, Beiqian still had a feeling that the rumor about the sword cultivator who killed 5 hunters from the hunting group alone was very likely to be him. There was no reason. It was purely a feeling, or rather, an intuition. He killed 5 hunters from the hunting group alone? After hearing the news, people from other groups were stunned at first, but then they laughed and said, "The leader of the hunting group is not easy to deal with." When the leader of the hunting group was mentioned, everyone fell silent. Their faces were full of fear. There was no other reason than the fact that the leader of the hunting group had a splendid record. He had hunted many masters, and his strength was very frightening. He had also hunted down a 200-meter celestial image alone. In the whole camp, there were supreme masters from all over the universe. Only a small number of people could hunt down a 200-meter celestial image alone. The leader of the hunting group was one of them. As for hunting down a 300-meter celestial image alone, that was too difficult. Of course, there were people who could do it, but even fewer. There were no more than 10 people who could do it. It was impossible to hunt down a king of gods alone. Even if there were 10 masters who could hunt down a 300-meter celestial image alone, they would only die if they faced the king of gods. There is no doubt that the leader of the hunting group was a master with amazing strength. He would most likely take action. Chapter 2598. In the 4th level of the Shun Xiang secret domain, the celestial gods were all in the transcendent realm. They were divided into 3 levels: 100, 200, 300, and the king of gods. Similarly, the cultivators here were also divided into different levels. At the level of ordinary masters, they would need several people to work together to kill a transcendent divine image that was hundreds of meters tall. On the other hand, the elite masters were supreme masters who could single-handedly defeat or even kill a 1,000 feet tall godly form. At the level of top masters, they were supreme masters who could single-handedly defeat or even kill a 200-foot-long divine form. At the supermaster level, he was a supermaster who could single-handedly defeat or even kill a 300-foot-long god form. Actually, above top cultivators, there was a level of invincible cultivators. However, it was only a theory and a legend. To become an invincible cultivator, one had to have the strength to kill a king of gods. That was the minimum requirement. To be able to kill a king of gods alone was even more worthy. However, no one had been able to do so. Shenzong didn't know any of this. He also didn't know that his name had already spread out. He had already left the Sharp Blade Mountain and was heading deeper. His destination was the Coiling Dragon Valley, where the 200 zhang tall, godly figure resided. The competition in the Blade Mountain was fierce. In the Coiling Dragon Valley, the competition was just as fierce. Teams also existed. However, there were at least 5 teams in the Coiling Dragon Valley. That was the only way to kill a transcendent god. Shenzong entered the Coiling Dragon Valley alone. Of course, many people saw him. Most of them thought it was strange, but no one cared. However, some people couldn't help but laugh. How dare he come to the Coiling Dragon Valley alone? Even elite cultivators wouldn't dare. Only top cultivators dared. As for super cultivators, they could do whatever they wanted in the Coiling Dragon Valley. Shenzong walked quickly. His eyes were extremely sharp. He glanced around, looking for a transcendent god that no one wanted to kill. Not long after, Shenzong finally found a godly form. It was a lion with a gigantic body. Its entire body was golden, and it looked majestic. It had a shocking aura. Just the aura it gave off was much stronger than a transcendent god. The desire to fight grew in Shenzong's heart, then spread out and soared into the sky. His sword will burst out and pierce the sky. The 200 feet tall lion god form roared, and the sound turned into an invisible shockwave, carrying a terrifying power that could destroy everything. It directly blasted towards Shenzong. Wherever it passed, the mountain rocks were first cracked, then shattered, then turned into dust, and finally into powder. Mixed in the invisible sound wave, it became a torrent that seemed to have substance. It was like a giant spear that was several meters thick, piercing through everything, and fiercely blasted towards Chunzong. Chop! Chunzong wanted to test the power of his 200-foot godly form. Instead of dodging, he activated his power and slashed out with his sword. Meet force with force. In just an instant, the sword light was shattered, and Chunzong was sent flying. If the transcendent god form had consciousness, it should have felt pain in its muscles and bones. However, Chunzong didn't feel the slightest pain. His body fell, and his feet drew 2 long scratches on the ground. He suddenly stopped and used his power again. His body and sword became one and turned into a sword light. It was as if he could cut through everything. The sword directly slashed the lion god form. However, it only left a small sword mark, which was nothing to the 200 feet tall lion god form. Compared to when he first entered the transcendent realm, Chunzong's divine god form was now much more condensed. The power of his divine god form was also more tyrannical. Now, even if he didn't use the Great Dao skill, Space Splitter, or even AO Wu, he could kill a 1,000 feet tall divine god form with just the Heart Sword art. This meant that his strength had already crushed the 1,000 feet tall divine god form. Moreover, the effect of absorbing and refining the essence of the 1,000 feet tall divine god form would be greatly reduced. Because of this, Chunzong didn't want to hunt the 1,000 feet tall divine god form on Blade Mountain anymore. Instead, he came to the Coiling Dragon Valley to hunt the 200 feet tall divine god form. There was a big gap between 1,000 feet tall and 200 feet tall divine god form. This was also why newcomers who entered the Transcendent Realm would first go to Blade Mountain. They wanted to test their strength and improve themselves. After that, they would leave Blade Mountain and go to other places where stronger divine gods resided. In the battle with the 200 feet tall lion divine god form, Chunzong didn't use the AO Wu, nor did he use the Space Splitter. At least not now. He used the Heart Sword art at the perfection stage to fight fiercely with the lion divine god form. The lion divine god form was 200 feet tall. It was a behemoth, while Chunzong's divine god form was 120 feet tall. Compared to the lion divine god form, there was naturally a very obvious gap. The huge lion divine god form had a terrifying power. Every blow seemed to be able to destroy mountains. Chunzong didn't dare to be hit. His divine god form couldn't withstand such a powerful attack. Even if a blow couldn't kill him, it could destroy a small part of him and cripple him. This was also the difficulty of killing the celestial manifestations of the heavens alone. If you attacked it a few times, the damage might not be significant. However, if you were hit once, the damage would be significant. Back in the day, the universe was so big and there were so many geniuses. There were always people who had a way to deal with it. Whether it was a shield, an armor, or a body technique, there were all kinds of things. Chunzong didn't have any divine god form armor to protect himself, so he could only rely on the Heart Sword art to sense and interfere with the surroundings. The lion divine god form's attack was shocking and powerful. Its speed didn't decrease because of its huge size and was still very fast. However, Chunzong narrowly dodged every blow. While dodging, Chunzong often gave accurate counterattacks. The lion divine god form's body was so huge that even if Chunzong closed his eyes, he could still slash its body. However, the damage caused by each blow wasn't that great. However, many a little makes a mickle. Even with the lion divine god form's huge body, it couldn't withstand the attacks. After all, every time it was hit, it would be injured. Every time it was injured, it would lose some of its strength. 1, 2, 3 was not terrible. What was terrible was the continuous accumulation. In the end, it would collapse like an ant's nest. Not long later, the lion avatar's 200 feet large body was already covered in wounds. The dozens of sword wounds had clearly weakened the lion avatar's strength. The power of each of its attacks had clearly decreased by quite a bit. Even its speed had also decreased by quite a bit. On the other hand, Chunzong, under the Heartsword art, could sense everything around him. It was as if he was in control of everything around him. He became more and more calm. Suddenly, Chunzong slashed out with his sword. The sword aura was extremely domineering. It directly slashed the Lion Divine God form's body, leaving an even bigger sword mark. Divine Wind Strike. Outside the coiling Dragon Valley, a huge figure was walking in. When someone saw it from afar, they were first stunned. Then, their expressions changed drastically. They were extremely shocked. Without any hesitation, they immediately retreated far away, afraid that they would meet the huge figure face to face. What kind of figure was that? Obviously, it was also a super divine god form, but it gave people the feeling that it was extremely majestic. It was as majestic as a mountain, and it was constantly emitting a domineering aura. That enormous and incomparably majestic body was wearing a black and silver armor that covered its entire body. Even its head was the same, only its face was not covered. It was an ordinary face. It was expressionless, but there was an indescribable majesty hidden in it. It was unforgettable and left a deep impression on people. Every step he took did not seem fast, but in fact it was not slow at all. The moment his foot landed, it was as if a giant elephant was stomping on the ground. The ground seemed to be shaking. That kind of power was imperceptibly increased by several times. It's him, Shanjan, the leader of the hunting group. What is he doing here? Amidst the guesses and discussions, the crowd retreated. This was because the leader of the hunting group, Shanjan, was infamous. He was a ferocious man, and his strength was also very terrifying. He had single-handedly hunted down a divine god form that was 200 meters tall. It was said that Shanjan no longer hunted down a divine god form that was 200 meters tall. This was because the divine god form's essence was no longer of any use to him. Only the essence of a 300 meters tall divine god form was effective. The record of single-handedly hunting down a 200 meters tall divine god form was in the past. As for now, Shanjan's strength was definitely stronger. After all, as the body of the divine form continued to condense, the power of the divine form would become stronger and stronger. The strength of the cultivators here would also continue to increase. It was unknown whether or not Janshan could kill a 300-foot-tall divine form on his own. He probably hadn't done so yet. Otherwise, he would have been ranked among the supermasters. In fact, there are not many super experts at the moment. There are less than 100 of them. The difficulty of single-handedly hunting down a 300 meters tall divine god form was too high. This was because the strength of a 300 meters tall divine god form was too strong. That was a story for later. No matter what, Shanjan was the leader of the hunting group, and the hunting group was a group of hunters. They were notorious for their ferocity, the kind that made people tremble in fear. Let's follow him and see. Are you crazy? That's Shanjan. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Shanjan came here because I felt that something was going to happen. If I don't go and see, I will not be satisfied. Anyway, it's just dying once and losing some divine god form essence in time. I'm not afraid. As he spoke, the man immediately moved and chased after Shanjan. Of course, he did not dare to get close to Shanjan. He just followed from afar. Once Shanjan turned around to deal with him, he could retreat immediately. With this distance, there would always be a chance to escape. Moreover, Shanjan was never a person who was good at speed. Just look at his body size. One after another, people followed. They followed from afar. In the end, they were still very curious about why Shanjan entered Coiling Dragon Valley alone. After all, Shanjan had not come to Coiling Dragon Valley for a long time. Now that he was out alone, there must be something. Curious. Out of curiosity, many people began to follow. However, Shanjan seemed to be moving forward aimlessly. However, there were some attentive people who made some inferences from Shanjan's every move and even an insignificant turn of his head. Looking for someone. Shanjan was looking for someone. Immediately, there were also people who linked it to the sword cultivator who had recently become famous. Chapter 2599. Why did Shan enter the coiling dragon valley? That's right, he was looking for someone. Just as the people following behind him had guessed, Shan was looking for a person, a sword cultivator, a daring sword cultivator who dared to kill 7 hunters from the hunting group. However, Chunzong, as the person involved, had no idea that he was hunting down the third 200-foot-tall godly form. The effect of absorbing and refining the essence of a 200 zhang long divine form was indeed incomparable to the essence of a 300 zhang long divine form. They were on 2 completely different levels. Now, if Chunzong were to refine the essence of the divine form, the effect would be negligible. However, if he were to refine the essence of the 200-meter divine form, the effect would be very obvious. After refining only 3 strands, Chunzong felt that his divine form power had increased a little, and his divine form body had become more condensed. This meant that in the divine aspect secret realm, the strength of his chi refining godly image had increased again. Suddenly, Chunzong frowned slightly. He felt a slight throb for no reason, as if some danger was approaching. There was a powerful enemy. Chunzong immediately made a firm judgment. Powerful enemies were attacking. Then who could it be? What kind of powerful enemy? The thought flashed through his mind. With the help of the Heart Sutra's powerful ears, Chunzong quickly deduced the answer. The hunting group. Under such circumstances, there was an 80% to 90% chance that it was a hunter from the hunting group that was coming for him. Hunters. Chunzong's eyes lit up. The purity of the celestial image essence of a cultivator was not something the celestial images of the heavens could compare to. The effect of refining and absorbing it was much better. He would not become a hunter and hunt other cultivators. However, if other cultivators wanted to target him, he would not hesitate or show any mercy. Kill those who should be killed. Maybe, in terms of overall strength, there was still a gap between him and the top cultivators on the divine general ranking list. There were many people who were stronger than him. However, in the divine image secret territory, he was definitely not weak. In that case, he wouldn't leave. He would wait here for the arrival of that powerful enemy. Just one, or more than one. None of this was important. It was fine as long as it was a strong enemy. Someone who could make him feel threatened was a good opponent. He would fight to his heart's content. It was nothing more than death. Moreover, he was different from the others. Even if the statue was dead, he could still enter the body refining godly image after resting for a while. Of course, this wasn't Chunzong's confidence. It was just a self-mockery. Chunzong had never been a cautious person, but he wasn't arrogant either. Time passed slowly. Chunzong stood in place, motionless. He held the Milky Way sword in his hand and pointed it diagonally to the ground. His whole person seemed to have turned into a statue. Even his aura was gradually restrained. They were one entity. Wait. Chunzong waited patiently. He felt that the throbbing was getting stronger and stronger. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, a figure appeared. Chunzong opened his eyes and stared at it. He was a little surprised because the figure seemed to be abnormally huge. However, it was only the body of a super realm godly image of 120 feet. Its aura and power were so strong that it made people feel that it was abnormally huge. It was very shocking. Chunzong's expression couldn't help but become serious. There was only one person coming, but he could pose such a threat to him. A strong enemy. There was no doubt that this was a strong enemy. The moment he saw Chunzong's originally dim eyes lit up in an instant. They emitted an incomparably shocking light. His aura was so strong that it seemed to be able to suppress everything. The power in his eyes seemed to be able to shatter the sky. It was extremely terrifying. In an instant, it brought indescribable pressure to Chunzong. However, Chunzong wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, his fighting spirit rose. His sword essence was also activated. In an instant, it soared into the sky. His eyes shone brightly, piercing the sky like a sword as he stared at Chunzong. Their gazes collided in an instant. Sharpness and dominance clashed in an instant. It seemed that invisible sparks were created from the collision, blooming in the void. In the distance, the godly images that came with Shan Zong also stopped. They didn't dare to go any closer because they were afraid that if they got too close, they might provoke Shan Zong. When that time came, Shan Zong would attack them, but they wouldn't be able to escape. Although Shan Zong's body looked majestic and huge, he wasn't good at speed. However, it was relative. In short, it was fine to just watch from afar. In addition to Shan Zong, they also saw another godly image. It was full of amazing sharpness and sword essence that soared into the sky. It was a swordsman. Many people immediately associated it with the information they had heard before. It was an unknown swordsman who had killed 5 hunters of the hunting group in a row. Could it be the one in front of them? It was most likely the case. Otherwise, why would Shan Zong, the leader of the hunting group, come looking for them? For no reason, there was an indescribable excitement in everyone's heart. One was the unknown swordsman who had killed 5 hunters of the hunting group, and the other was the leader of the hunting group, Shan Zong. There was no doubt that Shan Zong was here to seek revenge. Shan Zong was a man with a fierce reputation. His strength was also recognized as strong. Only the nearly 100 people who were rated as supermasters could truly defeat him. As for the rest, there were very few top masters who dared to say that they could win against Shan Zong in a one-on-one battle. As for the swordsman, before this, he hadn't shown his strength. It was rumored that he was a newcomer who had just entered the super extreme realm, so he was even less famous. If it weren't for the fact that he had killed 5 hunters of the hunting group, perhaps there wouldn't have been any interaction between them, let alone a battle. However, there weren't so many ifs. Now, Shan Zong had personally come looking for them, and the swordsman didn't seem to have any intention of avoiding him. On the contrary, he wanted to fight Shan Zong head-on. Just thinking about it made him feel excited. "You've got guts." Shan Zong opened his mouth. His voice was vigorous and low, so low that it made people feel oppressed. It was as if the moment he opened his mouth, everyone felt their hearts sink. Even Shan Zong couldn't help but be affected. He unconsciously felt a sense of oppression, but it was instantly eliminated by Shan Zong. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Shan Zong responded neither slowly nor quickly. His tone was as light as the clouds and wind. "You've got guts," Shan Zong said again. This time his voice wasn't so low and oppressive, but it was incomparably vigorous. It was like the roar of a giant bear, roaring at Shan Zong. In the next breath, Shan Zong took a step forward. As the ground trembled, his aura soared up, instantly exploding. It was as if he had transformed into a giant bear and directly charged out, bringing with him an extremely terrifying might as he charged towards Shan Zong with incomparable ferocity. His aura was so astonishing that Shan Zong was secretly shocked. This kind of aura was so tyrannical that it seemed to be able to destroy mountains. It was extremely terrifying. Slash! Without any hesitation, Shan Zong directly used the tyrannical slash of divine wind. With an extremely tyrannical power, he suddenly slashed out with his sword. It was as if he had chopped down a mountain. It had an invincible and shocking might. But in an instant, the dark green sword force of the mighty slash of divine wind collapsed in an instant. An astonishing power also surged out. Shan Zong couldn't withstand it at all, and his entire body was directly sent flying. Too strong. Shan Zong's attack was from the Ao Wu of the Transcendent Realm. Its power was too overbearing and terrifying. Even a mighty slash of divine wind couldn't withstand it. When the sword force of the mighty slash of divine wind was shattered and Shan Zong was sent flying, Shan Zong's vigorous and huge body paused for a moment. Suddenly, he punched out. The power of his fist condensed and exploded in an instant. It was like a ferocious tiger that let out a terrifying roar. A huge tiger head condensed on his fist and directly bit towards Shan Zong. This punch was also from the Ao Wu of the Transcendent Realm. Its power was also extremely overbearing and shocking. The heart swordsmanship of the Perfection Realm was used. Shan Zong moved in an instant and slashed out the mighty slash of divine wind again. Although the mighty slash of divine wind was shattered in a head-on collision, it didn't mean that it was powerless. Under the sword force was shattered again, but the tiger head fist force was also shattered. However, when the fist force of that punch was shattered by Chun Zong's mighty slash of divine wind, Shan Zong suddenly rushed again. His left arm violently swung out in an instant. It was like a giant python that suddenly burst out and swung its tail. In an instant, the terrifying power of a thunderbolt burst out and fiercely blasted towards Chun Zong. It was another AO Wu of the Transcendent Realm. Its power was astonishing. It had to be said that Shan Zong didn't make a move. Once he made a move, it was earth-shattering. Every attack was filled with powerful explosive power and astonishing destructive power. Moreover, he grasped the timing very well. The AO Wu's moves were continuously displayed and were at his fingertips. Amazing. Putting everything else aside, this person's attacks were really amazing. Not only were they powerful, but they were also ingenious. This was a formidable opponent with extremely rich combat experience and superb combat talent. For a moment, Chun Zong was actually suppressed. This was because Shan Zong didn't use any ordinary moves at all. They were all AO Wu. Moreover, they were all AO Wu of the Transcendent Realm. They weren't necessarily of the Transcendent Realm. They were also Low Realm and High Realm. However, Shan Zong combined these Transcendent AO Wu in the best way. When he made a move, it was continuous and guaranteed that every move could erupt with extraordinary power. Even if it was a martial art of the Low Realm AO Wu, when displayed by an expert of Shan Zong's level, it could also erupt with astonishing power. Both arms, legs, head, and body. Shan Zong used his own body as a weapon. It was as if he had developed it to the extreme. Once he made a move, it was as astonishing as a violent storm. Every attack was incomparably tyrannical. It was like a sudden eruption of a mountain flood, but also like the reverse flow of the sea. The heart swordsmanship of the perfect realm was activated to the extreme. Coupled with the few AO Wu moves that he had mastered, Chun Zong dodged while resisting Shan Zong's extremely fierce attacks. He was retreating step by step, suppressed, disadvantaged. There was no doubt that Chun Zong was now in such a situation. However, Chun Zong wasn't the least bit frightened. Instead, he was quite calm. He wasn't afraid of being disadvantaged. His fighting spirit was still there. His sword will hadn't weakened at all. On the contrary, Chun Zong was observing. During the battle, he was observing Shan Zong's moves. Chapter 2600. It was as fierce as fire, as majestic as a mountain, and its momentum was endless, mighty, and violent. What a terrifying attack! As expected of a top expert who could kill a 200-foot divine image on his own. His strength is too terrifying. The expressions of the spectators in the distance changed drastically when they saw Shan Zhang's attack. His attack was like a torrential flood, like a thunderbolt. Every move seemed simple and direct, but they were vigorous and majestic, and their might was astonishing. It was earth-shattering. The crowd could not help but wonder how long they would be able to last under such a terrifying attack if they were Shan Zhang's opponent. Then, they came to a horrifying conclusion. They would not be able to last 3 moves, and they might even be killed in the first move. The attack was violent and overbearing. The lethality of the attack was too terrifying. His elbows, shoulders, body, and legs had all turned into lethal weapons. Furthermore, Shan Zhang was wearing the Divine Image Heavenly Armor. This Divine Image Heavenly Armor covered every inch of his body, revealing only an ordinary, yet imposing face. In other words, his hands and feet were covered with armor. Not only did it provide a layer of tough protection, but it also allowed Shan Zhang to be more fearless when he attacked. He could let go of his limbs and release his power to his heart's content. In the midst of the overbearing attack, the mountain rocks shattered, the earth cracked, and cracks spread out. From the beginning, Shan Zhang did not stop at all. He attacked continuously, as if his strength was inexhaustible. His attack did not stop at all. Every move of the Divine Image AO Wu was at his fingertips. It was so skillful that it had turned into an instinct. This kind of foundation was truly solid to the extreme, causing Chun Zong to be extremely shocked in his heart. Sure enough, the universe was so vast, and there were countless geniuses and capable people. He did not know where this person came from. He actually had such amazing means to suppress him. If it was not for the heart swordsmanship's high realm and his strong perception of the surroundings, Chunzong would have been completely suppressed and killed. However, because of the heart swordsmanship, Chunzong was able to understand the intention of his opponent's attack. Thus, he was able to react earlier and better. Boom! Shanzhan stomped on the ground, and in an instant, the shattered rocks in the surroundings were all shaken up. Shanzhan swung his hand, and dozens of fist-sized rocks shot towards Chunzong with terrifying power. Every piece of rock exploded with shocking power. Shanzhan's huge body followed closely behind the dozens of shattered rocks, and once again smashed towards Chunzong. Both of his fists violently and continuously smashed out, appearing like a continuous torrential storm. Chunzong drew a circle with his sword and instantly repelled dozens of broken rocks. He received the bombardment of Shanzhan's violent fists and continuously retreated. Since the beginning of the battle, Chunzong had been constantly retreating. Shanzhan's attacks were too terrifying. Chunzong had entered the spirit manifestation of Qi. It was not the style of the spirit manifestation of Qi to meet force with force. If he had entered the spirit manifestation of body refinement, it would have been different. Originally, Chunzong had been constantly increasing the power and level of the AO Wu. He had also mastered how many AO Wu techniques. At least compared to Shanzhan, Shanzhan had unleashed at least 40 AO Wu techniques. Moreover, it seemed that it was not all of them. With so many AO Wu at the limitless realm and being able to combine them and use them continuously, the scene and momentum were undoubtedly terrifying. Chunzong was surprised by Shanzhan's terrifying attacks. Although Shanzhan's expression did not change, he was also very shocked. Although Chunzong seemed to be retreating, he was still able to hold on. Every time Shanzhan exploded with a powerful killing move, he would dodge. It seemed extremely thrilling, but it was as if he had expected it. It was a kind of control that he had with ease. Up until now, even the spectators could see that the unknown swordsman's strength was indeed amazing. Especially his swordsmanship, it was incomparably superb. In reality, Shanzhan's power was not truly inexhaustible. Although it was extremely vigorous, there would always be a time when it would be exhausted. Once his power was exhausted, all of his attacks would lose the power they should have. However, Shanzhan did not panic at all. He continued to attack, and his attacks did not weaken at all. It was as if he had created a feeling that his power was really inexhaustible. This was the momentum. No matter what, the momentum must not be shaken. Otherwise, the real situation would be seen through. Chunzong retreated while observing his opponent's attacks. It was rare to meet someone as capable as his opponent. In the path of cultivation, one would encounter all kinds of opponents. Regardless of whether one won or lost, as long as one survived, it would be a kind of training and growth. It would become a kind of accumulation that would create glory. Suddenly, Shanzhan's eyes emitted a brilliant light once again. He opened his big hand abruptly, and a terrifying power suddenly exploded. Like a dragon sucking in water, the power directly fell on Chunzong's body, binding, absorbing, and guiding him. Before this, every time Shanzhan attacked, he would attack. But this time around, he did the opposite. He actually used an ingenious method. An invisible power transformed into a net that bound Chunzong's body. Moreover, it instantly erupted and pulled Chunzong over. His left hand was also gathering an extremely terrifying power. A ball of shocking, explosive Qi energy condensed between the thumb and forefinger of his left hand. It was as if there were rolling thunder, as if a thunder beast was letting out an earth-shattering roar. Caught off guard, Chunzong's body was instantly pulled over like a dragon sucking in water. He was passively but quickly approaching Shanzhan. The power in Shanzhan's left hand was also condensed to the extreme. It instantly exploded and directly blasted out. Killing move. Killing move. This move, caught off guard, turned into an extremely terrifying killing move. Once the power condensed in his left hand hit Chunzong's divine image body, it would instantly explode. It was like a star exploding, releasing an extremely terrifying power, wantonly destroying Chunzong's divine image body. Even if he was not directly killed, he would definitely be greatly damaged, and his strength would obviously decrease. Not only that, Shanzhan's right hand suddenly withdrew. The 5 fingers that were originally open clenched into a fist in an instant. A terrifying power condensed on the fist. As soon as he withdrew, it was like a strong bow being pulled. Suddenly, a fist blasted out. It was like a sharp arrow leaving the bowstring and piercing through the air. It followed his left hand and pierced towards Chunzong. 1 hit, 2 hits. If he was hit by the continuous killing moves of his left hand and right hand, not only would he be injured, but he would also be likely to be killed directly. It had to be said that Shanzhan was very experienced in the way of battle. He would definitely not leave any chance for his opponent. Chunzong knew that he could no longer hold back. The sword chi burst out in an instant, directly gushing out, strangling all directions and crushing the vacuum. The astonishing sharpness also completely burst out in an instant. On the Sky River sword, there was endless sword chi pervading. Chunzong's eyes were also as sharp as the edge of sword. He swung the sword, and the sword chopped. This sword cut across the sky, and also the sky, creating a streak of white light. It was a grayish-white shadow full of fine sawtooth shadows, inexplicably bringing a kind of extremely terrifying palpitations to people. The people watching the battle from afar all had a feeling that made their expressions change drastically. They felt that they were being torn apart. Of course, that was just a feeling. In reality, it was not so. However, Shanzhan, who directly endured Chunzong's sword, felt it most clearly. It was an extremely terrifying sword, an extremely sharp sword that seemed to be able to tear apart everything in the world. Under this sword, the power of the dragon catcher hand was directly cut off, and it was no longer able to pull Chunzong. The killing attacks from his left and right hands were also similarly cut apart under this sword. The shadow spread, and the sword light arrived with an irresistible force, sweeping everything in its path. It directly slashed toward Shanzhan's abnormally huge body. Heart swordsmanship, space-splitting style. Ever since he had comprehended this sword, every time he used it, even a 200-foot divine image would be torn apart by its terrifying power, completely unable to block it. But now it was blocked. It was blocked by Shanzhan. In other words, what blocked this sword was the divine image heavenly armor on Shanzhan's body. The divine image heavenly armor was even harder to obtain than the divine image heavenly armor. The defensive power of Shanzhan's divine image heavenly armor was astonishing. It was also because of this divine image heavenly armor that Shanzhan could have the strength to kill a 200-foot divine image on his own. It was also because of this that he could become a top expert and establish a fierce reputation. The Great Path Lost technique was indeed very powerful, but Chunzong's own strength was still a little weak. Therefore, this sword actually did not fully activate the true power of the space-splitting style. It blocked it, but also did not block it. This was because Shanzhan's divine image heavenly armor was still torn apart by Chunzong's space-splitting style. Moreover, Shanzhan's divine image body was injured. If not for the divine image heavenly armor, this sword would have directly torn Shanzhan's divine image body apart completely. There was no doubt about it. Shanzhan was momentarily shocked. Ever since he obtained this divine image heavenly armor, even a 200-foot divine image attack could not completely destroy it. But now, it had been torn apart by his opponent's sword. It had really been destroyed, and his divine image body was also injured. Moreover, that sword had first shattered his ultimate move before it had shattered the divine aspect heavenly armor. Chunzong was also a little surprised that his sword had not been able to destroy his opponent's divine image body. However, he did not hesitate at all and attacked again. Every time he used the space-splitting style of the heart swordsmanship, he would use up about 25% of his strength. In other words, he could use the space-splitting style 4 times consecutively. Of course, if he used it consecutively, it would put a considerable burden on him. However, using it twice consecutively was still a burden that Chunzong could bear. Kill. This sword attack was meant to kill his opponent. Without a doubt, this was a strong opponent, a terrifying opponent. A strong opponent who had come aggressively to kill him. Since that was the case, he could not allow his opponent to leave alive. As expected, no matter how powerful Shanjan was, he could not block the second sword attack. This was because the second sword attack followed the crack in the divine image heavenly armor and directly cut into it. It was extremely accurate. No matter how solid Shanjan's divine image body was, it could not withstand this sword attack. It was directly torn apart like a sharp blade cutting through a piece of paper. Shanjan was horrified. He stared at Chunzong with a look of disbelief. He had come aggressively to seek revenge, but he did not expect that he would also die here. Remember the mobile version of the website. Chapter 118. Divine Image Ultimate Move, page 1/1. Bookmark for easy reading. Chapter 26:01. The celestial image essence left behind by Shanjan had an extremely vigorous aura fluctuation. After Chunzong glanced at it, he waved his hand and absorbed the celestial image essence into his body, rapidly refining it. Once he refined it, he could clearly feel the amazing and unparalleled power contained in it. In the distance, all the spectators were stunned, and they were unable to react for a moment. After a long while, only when Chunzong started to refine the essence of Shanjan's godly image did they come back to their senses. Subsequently, they couldn't suppress their shock that was like a wild tide. Shanjan, the leader of the hunting group, a top master who could kill a 200-meter divine form alone, was killed by an unknown swordsman who was suspected to be a newcomer. It was simply sensational. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. However, the truth was right in front of them. The fierce battle, just now, was still vivid in their minds. The terrifying aura of the fierce battle could still be felt in the air. Fame had always been forged by stepping on countless blood and corpses. There was no fame that came out of nowhere, because fame that came out of nowhere was fake and not recognized by others. As Chunzong refined and absorbed the essence of Shanjan's divine form, his eyes swept across. They were as bright and sharp as the edge of a sword. Suddenly, the spectators in the distance could not help but tremble. They had a horrifying feeling that they had been cut and torn apart. In fact, when he was fighting with Shanjan, Chunzong also felt that someone was watching the battle from afar. However, he did not pay attention to it. As for now, he would not pay attention to it. Turning around, Chunzong was about to leave. He wanted to continue hunting for 200-meter divine forms and improve himself as much as possible. Wait! Suddenly, someone rushed forward and shouted at the same time, "May I know your name?" This was a bold person. Otherwise, if Chunzong was a murderous person, he might have been killed if he rushed out like this. Even Shanjan was no match for him. He was killed by his sword, let alone them. "My name is Chunzong." Chunzong did not turn around to kill the other person. He had not even looked back. His figure did not pause at all. He just floated away, leaving only 4 words. "My name is Chunzong. Sword Cultivator Chunzong." This name was quickly spread by everyone's tongues. If killing the 5 hunters was shocking, then killing the leader of the hunting group and several top experts in the mountain battle was shocking. It was a shock that directly impacted one's soul. It was indescribable. What did this mean? It meant that the sword practitioner named Chunzong was very powerful. Obviously, he was also a top master or even a superior top master. Cultivators of the transcendent realm came from all over the universe, and although they weren't all of them, they were still a part of them. However, there weren't many who could be ranked at the top. Every single one of them was a famous existence. Shanjan was an amazing top master. If it weren't for his powerful strength and fierce reputation, the hunting group would have been annihilated long ago. But now, the hunting group not only existed, but was also growing stronger and more powerful. Shanzhan's contribution couldn't be ignored. In addition to those super masters, there were other top masters who were stronger than Shanzhan. However, there were very few who could kill Shanzhan in a one-on-one battle. This was because Shanzhan had the divine aspect heavenly armor with amazing defensive power. Coupled with his amazing strength, even if he was defeated, he could still escape. Chunzong, is it really him? Bei Qian's eyes narrowed slightly. He was more and more certain that the sword practitioner Chunzong who killed the leader of the hunting group, Shanzhan, was the Chunzong he knew. It was a pity that he was now in the divine aspect secret realm. Otherwise, he could have directly gone to ask. Although he couldn't directly ask, Bei Qian was more and more certain that Chunzong was the Chunzong he knew. Even if the universe was so big and the possibility of someone with the same name being a sword practitioner wasn't small, Bei Qian was still certain. If we can invite a top sword practitioner to join our Heavenly Blade team, maybe we can directly hunt down a 3,000-foot divine aspect, a sword practitioner next to Bei Qian said with a smile. The Heavenly Blade team was considered a good team. Although they couldn't kill a 2,000-foot divine aspect in a one-on-one battle, if they worked together, it wouldn't be difficult. However, if they wanted to kill a 3,000-foot divine aspect, they were still lacking in strength. The strength of a 3,000-foot divine aspect far exceeded that of a 2,000-foot divine aspect. Only a supermaster was qualified to fight a 3,000-foot divine aspect. However, if a top master joined the Heavenly Blade team, then the overall strength of the Heavenly Blade team would be able to hunt down a 3,000-foot divine aspect. Currently, the Heavenly Blade team was stuck at a bottleneck. It wasn't difficult to hunt down a 2,000-foot divine aspect, but they couldn't hunt down a 3,000-foot divine aspect. You're thinking too much. He's a top master, a sword practitioner said, curling his lips. Even if a top master wanted to join a team, his first choice would be a more powerful team. Although the Heavenly Blade team was good, compared to those top teams, they were still a level below. So talk was talk. That was all. However, it was undeniable that the Heavenly Blade team had such thoughts. It wasn't just the Heavenly Blade team. Those top teams also had such thoughts. Moreover, they had sent members with sufficient strength into the Coiling Dragon Valley to begin searching for Chunzong's whereabouts. They wanted to contact him and recruit him. A top master, especially a top sword practitioner who could kill a top master like Shanzhan, was undoubtedly very strong. Once he joined a team, he could significantly increase the overall strength of that team. It should be known that among those so-called top teams, only a small number of people were top masters. Sometimes there was only one, and at most, there were only 4 or 5. Chunzong didn't know about this. He continued to go deeper into the Coiling Dragon Valley to hunt down the 2,000-foot divine aspects. The power of the Heart Swordsmanship Space Splitter was astonishing and boundlessly sharp. With one sword, it directly tore apart the 2,000-foot divine aspect's body and beheaded it. It was an instant kill with one sword. It was extremely tyrannical. I wonder how a 3,000-foot divine aspect is like. Chunzong secretly guessed as he absorbed and refined the essence of this divine aspect. A 2,000-foot divine aspect was indeed very strong, and a 3,000-foot divine aspect would be even stronger. However, Chunzong didn't know how strong it was because he had never faced or fought with it. However, as he continued to hunt down the 2,000-foot divine aspects, he continued to absorb and refine the divine aspect's essence. The body of the divine aspect became more solid, and the power of the divine aspect was further strengthened. The strength of this chi-cultivating divine aspect was also becoming more and more powerful. Now, Chunzong had a preliminary feeling that the improvement efficiency of the 2,000-foot divine aspect's essence had begun to decrease. Time flew, and Chunzong was still found in the Coiling Dragon Valley. There were 3 top teams that found Chunzong one after another. One of them was the Raging Fire Song team, which had a total of more than 30 people. Among them, there were 2 top experts. It could be considered a very strong team, because apart from the 2 top experts, most of the remaining members were elite experts who could hunt down a 3,000-foot divine aspect by themselves. force such a team, the ordinary experts were basically mixed in the Blade Mountain, and the elite experts were mixed in places like the coiling Dragon Valley, where divine aspects gathered. As for the two top experts, they brought a few more powerful elite experts to hunt down a 3,000-foot divine aspect. This time, the person who came to invite Qinzong was one of the two top experts. It could be said that he gave a lot of face to Qinzong. Once Qinzong joined the Raging Fire Song team, he would immediately become the third top expert in the team. He would be at the top level, and his status would be very high. He would be second only to the leader, and he would be the deputy leader. It had to be said that this team valued Qinzong very much. Qinzong refused without hesitation. However, the deputy leader of the Raging Fire Song team didn't say any harsh words, ridicule, or threats. He just asked Qinzong to think about it. If Qinzong wanted to join the team, he would prioritize the Raging Fire Song team. Come and go as they please, meet and part as they please. Most people wouldn't create hatred for themselves because there was no need to. The second top team was called Dragon Mountain, which was stronger than the Raging Fire Song team. There were 3 top experts in the team. The person who came to invite Qinzong was also a top expert, and he was also the deputy leader of the Dragon Mountain team. However, this team didn't promise Qinzong the position of deputy leader. But because Qinzong was a top expert, Qinzong's status in the entire Dragon Mountain team was second only to the leader and the 2 deputy leaders. Qinzong still refused, not because of the difference in status, but because he didn't want to join the team. At least, for teams like the Raging Fire Song team and Dragon Mountain team, once one joined a team, one would be restricted and would have less freedom. Of course, the price was to be able to get the help of the team to hunt those stronger godly images. Moreover, there was a better way to get information. Because the number of godly images was even fewer, it wasn't easy to find one. Sometimes, if one searched alone, it would take a long time to find one. In addition, with the help of a team, sometimes people would come to snatch the godly images. But no matter what, Qinzong refused and refused. He didn't want to join. Obviously, the deputy leader of the Dragon Mountain team was unhappy, but he didn't say anything unpleasant. He turned around and left. The third top team was called Divine Light. There weren't many members, only about 20, but this was a team stronger than the Raging Fire Song team and Dragon Mountain team. This was because the Divine Light team had a super expert for top experts, and the rest were all elite experts. Every one of them had extraordinary strength. When the team worked together, hunting down godly images was as easy as eating and drinking. Such a powerful team naturally had an astonishing amount of confidence, as well as an astonishing amount of arrogance. Therefore, the attitude of Qinzong when inviting him wasn't as polite as the previous 2 teams. Of course, they wouldn't order Qinzong to join the Divine Light team. No matter what, Qinzong refused again. The reason was the same. You only have one chance. If you miss it, there won't be another, the deputy leader of the Divine Light said coldly as he stared at Qinzong. Qinzong didn't respond. A refusal was a refusal. Very well, let's wait and see, the deputy leader said with a cold smile. It seemed to be a threat, but it wasn't. He turned around and left angrily. Literature Museum. Chapter 26:02. The 3 teams invited Qinzong one after another, but they were all rejected by him. The Raging Flame Song and the Dragon Mountain team reacted calmly, but the deputy leader of the Divine Light team was very upset. He even said something that seemed to be a threat. However, this did not change Qinzong's mind, and he did not care too much about it. He continued to look for the 200-meter-tall celestial form to kill and absorb its essence and improve himself step by step. A 200-meter-long celestial form of a giant python was coiled in a large circle. From afar, it looked like a small hill, and the aura it emitted was very shocking. Qinzong did not hesitate. As soon as he saw the giant python celestial form, he sped up and rushed directly toward it. The sword chi of the Milky Way sword lingered around him, and he was about to attack. In an instant, a vast saber light burst out from another direction and cut the giant python celestial form before Chinzong did. After the saber light, a figure rushed out like a gust of wind and kicked the head of the giant python celestial form with the terrifying power of thunder. The two of them directly attacked the giant python celestial form before Chinzong did. Chinzong's sword that was about to swing out suddenly paused, and he immediately withdrew it. The sword chi lingering around it also dissipated. Since someone had acted earlier and quicker than him, that meant that the prey belonged to that person. Chinzong would not snatch it away. However, Chinzong saw the two people. One of them was the deputy leader of the Divine Light team, who had invited him to join their team. His name was Yixing. He had never seen the other one. However, Chinzong did not think too much about it. He quickly turned and left to look for the next celestial form. As Chinzong turned and left, Yixing glanced over and sneered. Immediately, he cut the giant python celestial form with his saber. Yixing was a top master, and the other was also a top master of the Divine Light team. It was easy for the two of them to kill a 200-meter-tall celestial form together. Let's go. After absorbing the essence of the divine form, Yixing said to the other top master. Then, the two of them quickly chased after Chinzong. After another period of time, Chinzong finally found a divine image that no one was hunting. He moved and activated his sword chi. Just as he was about to kill the divine image, the two of them took the lead and attacked the divine image as fast as they could to kill it. Chinzong took a deep look at the two of them. Without saying anything, he turned around and left. Seeing Chinzong's reaction, Yixing sneered. This was the first time, the second time, now was the third time. The divine image that Chinzong found had also been snatched away. Your Excellency Chinzong, we really are fated to meet. He put on a fake smile and said to Chinzong, I'm really sorry to have wasted your efforts. Glancing at him casually, Chinzong didn't answer. Instead, he turned around and left as before. He didn't seem to care about him at all. He's quite patient, the other top master said disapprovingly as he watched Chinzong leave. Then let's continue and make him lose his patience. Yixing sneered and said, let's go. The two of them immediately moved and followed him again. The purpose of these two people was obvious. If it was the first time, it might be a coincidence. If it was the second time, it could barely be a coincidence. But the third time, it couldn't be a coincidence. They deliberately did it to target him. It was nothing more than a revenge action because he refused to join the Divine Light team. Chinzong found it ridiculous. Such a narrow-minded person was really extremely narrow-minded. Of course, whether one was broad-minded or narrow-minded had nothing to do with one's cultivation. Since ancient times, some of the experts who stood at the peak were vengeful and even ungrateful. Temperament and character were two different things. Chinzong didn't get angry. He didn't get angry at them, nor did he attack them directly. In short, he looked calm and relaxed. He turned around and left, continuing to look for divine forms to kill. However, this time around, Chinzong was even more vigilant. Sure enough, under the increased vigilance, Chinzong immediately felt two faintly discernible auras closely following him. If he did not maintain such a high level of vigilance, it was likely that it would be difficult for him to discover them. They must be the two top masters of the Divine Light team. Their method of hiding their breaths was excellent. Chinzong didn't turn around to expose them, but a cold look flashed across his face. Were they trying to disgust him? Or were they trying to force him to make the first move? Probably both. In fact, this was Yixing's idea. He thought that if he personally came to recruit Chinzong, Chinzong would have to agree to join. But Chinzong refused, which made him feel very embarrassed, so he was very angry. As a result of his anger, he naturally wanted to find trouble with Chinzong, but he didn't directly attack Chinzong. Instead, he asked another top master of the Divine Light team to join forces with him to specifically target Chinzong and snatch the divine forms he found. He wanted to use this method to disgust Chinzong and let Chinzong know the consequences of refusing him. Of course, if Chinzong was so disgusted that he was enraged and took the initiative to attack, it would be a different story. At that time, the two of them would join forces and directly kill him. The reason why he asked another top master to help him was that Chunzong had a superb record of killing the leader of the wild hunting group. So Yixing wasn't sure if he could kill him alone. But if the two top masters joined forces, it was possible. To his surprise, after 3 consecutive attempts, Chunzong didn't seem angry at all. Was he a fool? Couldn't he see through his intentions? Or did he not dare to attack? Or was there some other reason? All in all, since Chunzong didn't attack, Yixing wouldn't stop. He just wanted to continue to disgust Chunzong. Chunzong didn't seem to notice anything. He was still wandering around the coiling Dragon Valley, looking for the divine forms. He found the divine forms, but someone was hunting them. He could only give up and continue to search. After searching for a while, Chunzong finally found another divine form that hadn't been killed yet. Sure enough, the 2 auras that had been hanging behind him suddenly became stronger. In an instant, they attacked the divine form at an extremely fast and ferocious speed. Yixing used a saber. He directly slashed with his saber. The saber light broke through the air and arrived at the divine form in an instant, as if it was tearing the sky apart. The other top master threw a kick. The kick was so violent that it seemed to be able to destroy mountains. Once these 2 attacks hit the 2,000 zhang tall godly image, they would immediately injure it and kill it in the shortest time possible, just like the previous 3 times. But this time, it was a little different because Chunzong already knew their intentions. Disgust him? Anger him? It didn't matter which one it was, or both. In short, if they did this again and again, they were enemies. Enemies didn't need to be soft-hearted. In an instant, the sword chi surged, and the sword will soared into the sky. Everything around them seemed to be crushed. The astonishing sharpness swept out like a raging wave, making Yixing and the other top masters of the Divine Light group feel cold for no reason. That kind of coldness swept over with astonishing sharpness, as if it was going to cut and tear their bodies apart. Chunzong's long hair flew and his robe fluttered. Unparalleled light condensed in his sword-like eyes, and a touch of murderous intent gathered in his eyes. They had made trouble for him again and again, and now it was the 4th time. They were clearly targeting him. Did they really think that he didn't have a temper? After the 3rd time, Chunzong had already made an absolute decision. If there was a 4th time, there was no need to say anything. He would directly draw his sword and kill them all. They asked for it. Since he was going to kill them all, he had to kill them all. Therefore, Chunzong didn't make a move. Once he made a move, he used the heart swordsmanship, the void-splitting style. At present, this was the most powerful sword move he had mastered. When the sword chi surged, Yixing and the other top master suddenly looked at each other. They didn't panic. Instead, they showed a mocking look, as if to say, look, they finally can't help but make a move. Then, it was time for them to fight back. This would be more fun. As for why they did this, there was no special reason. If they had to find a reason, they could only say that they wanted to vent their anger, tease, and disgust. In short, they just wanted to feel good. Yixing didn't know what he was doing and what kind of person he had provoked. The void-splitting style, cut. The sky river sword was swung out in an instant. Then, a flash of sword light broke through the air. The sword light was extremely bright and dazzling. In an instant, it turned gray and white, like a shadow, but it emitted an extremely frightening aura. It was as if nothing in the world could resist it and would be torn apart. It was creepy. Whether it was Yixing or the other top master of the Divine Light group, they all felt their hair stand on end. That kind of feeling made them feel like they were about to explode. How could it be? How could that sword will be so tyrannical? It was as if it could tear apart everything in the world. Even heaven and earth would be torn apart. Nothing could stop it. Explode. In an instant, Yixing's power completely exploded and poured into the long saber in his hand. The long saber trembled, and the saber light was shocking. Suddenly, the saber slashed out like a surging sea. It was extremely tyrannical. This saber was no ordinary saber. It was a divine manifestation, celestial weapon. The other top expert from the group of Divine Light also kicked out without hesitation. The force of the kick was like thunder, and a terrifying storm was stirred up as it rushed towards Chunzong. Logically speaking, the full power of the Super AO Wu of the Super AO Wu should be amazing. However, when it came into contact with Chunzong's gray and white shadow sword light, it was immediately torn apart. There was no resistance at all. It was directly torn apart. The feeling of having an irresistible force was exhilarating. How could it be? Yixing and the other two suddenly widened their eyes in shock. Their full power attack had been torn apart. It was simply sensational. The sword light also arrived in an instant. It cut through the bodies of Yixing and the other top master like a hot knife through butter. Finally, it cut through the 200-foot-tall divine manifestation. Coincidentally, it directly cut through the neck of the 200-foot-tall divine manifestation. 3 kills with 1 sword. Just as Chunzong had thought before, he had killed them all. Yixing and the other top master stared at Chunzong with hatred and murderous intent. Literature Museum. Chapter 26:03. In a certain territory of the universe, Yixing smashed a wall with his palm. His eyes were red and filled with murderous intent. Murderous intent lingered around him, and he was extremely furious. He had actually been killed. Chunzong. Yixing spat out these 2 words through gritted teeth. He looked like an evil spirit that was about to devour someone. Come in. After venting his anger, Yixing immediately roared. Immediately, someone rushed in, looking respectful and submissive. He was terrified that Yixing would use him as a target to vent his anger. You immediately enter the divine image secret realm and tell my brother the news. Tell my brother to kill Chunzong, Yixing roared. Yes, the super extreme answered immediately, then quickly turned around and left. The result of killing them all was that he directly obtained the 3 divine image essences. He immediately absorbed them into his body and quickly refined them. After refining the 3 divine image essences, Chunzong felt that his divine image body had become more condensed. Naturally, his divine image power had also become stronger. Very suddenly, a figure jumped up from behind a huge rock and landed on it. He stared at Chunzong from above, but his eyes were not aggressive at all. On the contrary, he looked at Chunzong with some curiosity, as if he wanted to see through Chunzong. Chunzong did not look surprised at all when the other party suddenly appeared. Instead, he looked over calmly. When he killed the 2 people from the Divine Light group, Chunzong felt that there was another aura that was almost undetectable. However, the other party did not appear directly, nor did he feel any murderous intent. Chunzong ignored him and waited for the other party to show himself. Do you know who those 2 people were? The person asked directly. Tell me why you're here. Chunzong said directly. Those 2 were the deputy leaders of the Divine Light group. They were top experts. The person ignored Chunzong's words and continued to talk. He shook his head like an old scholar, but he did not have the temperament of an old scholar, especially the one with the sword. His name is Yixing. He is narrow-minded and vengeful. Most importantly, he is the younger brother of the leader of the Divine Light group. Hearing this, Chunzong frowned slightly. Yixing was the younger brother of the leader of the Divine Light group. Yixing did not mention this when he tried to recruit him, but he did mention that the leader of the Divine Light group was one of the few super experts. He could kill a super expert of the divine image alone. His strength was terrifying. Since Yixing was the younger brother of the Divine Light Regiment's leader, then there would probably be more changes or more troubles after this incident. However, trouble was trouble. So what if he was a super expert? It was just a battle. You're brave. Chunzong's reaction was noticed by the other party. He immediately gave him a thumbs up and smiled. Let me introduce myself. My name is Tianqi. I'm a top master, one of the 7 ultimate martial skills, ranked 6th. The purpose of my visit is to invite you to join the 7 ultimate martial skills. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Before Chunzong could answer, Tianqi spoke again. Our 7 ultimate martial skills is a team, but not a team. You can think of it as a special team. Chunzong did not speak and just listened to Tianqi's words. Beiqian had also introduced some of the teams, but it was only a part, and not so comprehensive. However, he had also mentioned the 7 ultimate martial skills. He said that the 7 ultimate martial skills was a very special team, one of a kind in the entire Transcendent Realm. The 7 ultimate martial skills have always had only 7 people, at least top masters. Tianqi smiled. This was one of the reasons why the 7 ultimate martial skills were so special. Only 7 members had always been less than 7, never more than 7. They were at least top masters. Wasn't that special? It could be said that the 7 ultimate martial skills was a very powerful team. In terms of a number of top masters, it was not comparable to a top team like the Divine Light group. But at the same time, the 7 ultimate martial skills were not as strict as other teams. Generally, they acted on their own. If necessary, they would invite others to act together. Generally speaking, the 7 ultimate martial skills was equivalent to an alliance of 7 rogue cultivators. Usually, they did not interfere with each other, and there was no difference in status. There was no leader or vice leader. Everyone's status was the same. 7 powerful rogue cultivators teaming up to form the 7 ultimate martial skills was equivalent to a mutual aid alliance. When you were in trouble, you could help. When you were in trouble, you had help too. When you needed other things, you could discuss, and so on. After listening to Tianqi's introduction, Chunzong actually felt that this method was quite good. Now, the second seat of the 7 ultimate martial skills, Divine Image Restoration, is empty. Tianqi finally said. His meaning was obvious. The 7 ultimate martial skills had always had 7 people. Now that there was 1 less, there was only 6 left. Naturally, they had to recruit another to make up for it. Divine Image Restoration. This was not the name of a person, but the name of a level or a realm. According to what Chunzong knew, Divine Aspect returning to origin was the end of the Divine Aspect realm. To a certain extent, it could be considered a level above the Transcendent Realm. Of course, it couldn't be considered as surpassing the Transcendent Realm. After all, the Divine Image had reached its limit after reaching the Transcendent Realm, which was 120 feet. It could not be increased to 130 feet. Then, the next step was to break through to the 4th realm. There was no Divine Image in the 4th realm. In other words, when one reached the 4th realm, the Divine Image cultivated in the 3rd realm would be integrated into the body and become one with the body. It would become the Divine Image, and the Divine Image would be one's realm. Divine Image Restoration meant that the Divine Image would be integrated into the body and become one. At this step, one would be half a step into the 4th realm. Of course, it could not be regarded as truly entering the 4th realm. It could only be regarded as a level between the 3rd realm and the 4th realm. It was much stronger than the top Transcendent Realm, but compared to the real 4th realm, there was still a big gap. Because in the 4th realm, the integration of the Divine Image and the body was only one of the changes. There were other changes, such as the Great Path Loss techniques, the nature of power, and so on. But no matter what, once one reached the level of Divine Image Restoration, it was equivalent to half a step into the 4th realm. It was only a matter of time before one truly broke through to the 4th realm. If it was fast, one could break through in a few years. Of course, if it was slow, it could take decades or even centuries. But no matter what, once the Divine Image Restoration was achieved, breaking through to the 4th realm was 100% guaranteed, unless something unexpected happened. It was said that the top masters on the Divine General ranking had all reached the level of Divine Image Restoration. "Why are you looking for me?" Chunzong asked. Although there were not many top masters, there were still quite a few of them. After all, the universe was so big. It was not too difficult to find another top master to join the 7 ultimate martial arts. First, you have not joined any other team. Second, you are a swordsman. Tianqi smiled and said, "The 7 ultimate martial arts is called that because each seat and each person cultivates a different one." Chunzong understood. In other words, the person with Divine Image Restoration was a swordsman. Now, the 7 ultimate martial arts lacked a swordsman. He was a swordsman and a top master who had not joined any team. He was undoubtedly the first choice. The thought flashed through Chunzong's mind. Without hesitation, Chunzong nodded. Okay, then I will join the 7 Ultimate Martial Arts. Anyway, the 7 Ultimate Martial Arts was a special team that was not restricted. It was suitable for him to join. Welcome. Tianqi smiled. Immediately, he waved his hand. A stream of light flew quickly and appeared in front of Chunzong. It was a diamond-shaped token. It was white and looked like it was made of some kind of bone or some kind of unique rock. This is the 7 Ultimate Martial Token. It means that you are a member of the 7 Ultimate Martial Arts. The number on it is your current seat. In addition, this token can be used as a communication device between the 7 Ultimate Martial Arts. It can also help you refine, absorb, and recover divine image power. Chunzong took the token. First, he felt a wave of coldness, then a wave of warmth spread out. It was very unique. Things from the outside world could not be brought here. This token must have been made of something from the divine image secret realm. And it was not something ordinary. There was only one word on the token, 7. This meant that Chunzong's seat after joining the 7 Ultimate Martial Arts was the 7th seat. In the 7 Ultimate Martial Arts, the ranking of seats was not based on strength. It was based on the order of joining. No matter how strong you were, as long as you joined later, your ranking would not be high. Because the 2nd seat of the divine image returning to origin, the 2nd seat was empty. The 3rd seat was automatically promoted to the 2nd seat, and so on. Tianqi, who was originally the 7th seat, became the 6th seat. The 7th seat was now empty and belonged to Chunzong. One day, if Chunzong also achieved divine image returning to origin, the 7th seat would be empty again. It would wait for the next one. In the 7 Ultimate Martial Arts, the 1st and 2nd seats were all super experts. The 3rd to 7th seats were all top experts. Now that the 2nd seat had divine image returning to origin and Chunzong had joined the 7 Ultimate Martial Arts, it became a group of 6 top experts and 1 super expert. The leader of the Divine Light group is very strong. Do you want the 1st seat to help you? Tianqi asked with a smile. Of course, since you just joined the 7 Ultimate Martial Arts, the first time is free. You don't have to pay anything. The members of the 7 Ultimate Martial Arts could help each other, but it was only limited to ordinary matters. If it was a big matter and they wanted others to help, they had to pay something, such as some rewards. As for what the rewards were, they could only discuss it among themselves. However, as a benefit, any new member who joined the 7 Ultimate Martial Arts had a special privilege. They could ask other members to help them once, as long as they could do it. Not for now, Chunzong replied with a smile. Even if the leader of the Divine Light group was a super expert, he was not qualified to make Chunzong fear him. In that case, you're on your own, Tianqi said with a smile. Then, he leaped into the air like a giant bird. He quickly flew backward and landed back down. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared into the distance. He was very fast. Chunzong speculated that he majored in body movement. Otherwise, he would not be so fast. Chapter 26:04. The longer a transcendent divine image body could stay in the divine image secret realm, the more time they had to hunt down divine images. They could accumulate divine image essence and refine the divine image body until it reached the pinnacle. After reaching the pinnacle, the divine image would return to its original state. Once the divine image returned to its original state, the divine image body would no longer be able to leave the original body and enter the divine image secret realm. This was also the reason why it was difficult to produce an invincible level expert. Outside the Coiling Dragon Valley, a group of people appeared. There were a total of 13 of them. Each of them had a cold expression and an indescribable murderous intent. They rushed into the Coiling Dragon Valley. Those people looked familiar. Someone glanced at them from afar and was stunned. He immediately frowned, as if he was trying to recall where he had seen those people before. Divine Light Group. Suddenly, someone next to him said, "They are all from the Divine Light Group. The one leading them is the Divine Light Group's leader, 30 cents. 30 cents. The others were shocked. What did this name represent? A super expert. In the Divine Image secret realm, there were not many super experts. There were less than 100 of them. One had to know that the transcendent realm experts who entered here were from all over the universe. Although not all transcendent realm experts in the universe could enter the transcendent realm, only a portion of them could. The universe was so vast, and there were countless geniuses, but there were less than 100 super experts. The ratio was very low. Any super expert had an amazing deterrent force. Some of these super experts were lone wolves, some had formed teams, and some had joined other teams. The Divine Light Group was a famous team among the various teams because its leader was a super expert, 30 cents. There were 4 top experts in the team. Other than that, the other members were all elite experts. Ordinary experts were not qualified to join. It was a well-known name. In addition, for a team to be famous, its leader would often appear in front of others and be seen by others. Therefore, it was easy to recognize him. A super expert and the leader of a top team had brought 2 top experts and 10 elite experts into the coiling Dragon Valley at this moment. What was the reason? This made many people speculate. In the coiling Dragon Valley, there was only a 200 zhang long celestial form. 30% CI, a super expert, had once killed a 300 zhang long celestial form by himself. To him, a 200 zhang long celestial form was nothing, and its celestial form essence was of no use. Even the 2 top experts were able to kill divine forms that were 200 meters tall. There was a feeling that something big was about to happen. Could it be that some treasure has appeared in the coiling Dragon Valley? Everyone couldn't help but guess. It seemed that this was the only explanation. When it came to information, top teams would be the first to know when treasures appeared. This was an advantage that other small teams and solo players did not have. Of course, they didn't know that not long ago, a vice captain and a top master of the Divine Light Group were killed in the coiling Dragon Valley. If they knew, they would have other guesses. After hesitating for a while, these people finally gave up on the idea of following and taking a look. If he followed them and was misunderstood by the people of the Divine Light Group that he wanted to fight with them, they would directly attack and eliminate him. That would be equivalent to dying for nothing. Losing a celestial form essence was not a big deal. The problem was that if they died once, they would have to wait for more than a year before they could enter again. It was not worth wasting more than a year's time because of a curiosity. The Divine Light Group was famous for being overbearing. Without a doubt, Chunzong had been found. He had been found by the 13 people of the Divine Light Group. Chunzong stared at 30% CI seriously. He felt an indescribable sense of fear from the other party. Very strong. Compared to Shan Zhan, who had been killed by him, he was much stronger. As for Yi Xing and the top experts with him, they were completely inferior to Shan Zhan. Captain of the Divine Light Group, Chunzong's tone was a little inquisitive, but also a little certain. I'm 30% CI. Yi Xing is my younger brother. 30% C's expression was cold. His eyes were filled with a hint of murderous intent as he stared at Chunzong. No matter what my younger brother did, you should not have killed him. You should be glad that this is the Divine Image secret realm, not the outside world. 30% C's words sounded a little incoherent, but Chunzong understood what he meant. Because this was the Divine Image secret realm, his younger brother would not really die if he was killed. It would just be a small loss, a loss that was within the range of what they could bear. If he was really killed and died, then the consequences would be different. Chunzong would have to bear the monstrous anger of 30% C's group. I will not kill you either. 30% CI spoke again, staring indifferently at Chunzong. Because even if he killed Chunzong, he would only make Chunzong lose one of his Divine Image essences, and he would not be able to enter the super extreme realm for more than a year. From now on, you will join my Divine Light Group and work for it until my younger brother and his group return to their original state. The meaning of 30% C's words was obvious. He wanted Chunzong to join the Divine Light Group and work for it. Well, using the word work to describe it might be a little too much, but the meaning was pretty much the same. Squeezing out Chunzong's value and working for the Divine Light Group, Chunzong would not be able to obtain any of the Divine Image essences until 30% C's group returned to their original state. Only then would he be free and be able to refine and absorb the divine image essences on his own. There was no time limit to this. If it was fast, a few years would be enough, but if it was slow, it could take decades or even 100 years. This approach was undoubtedly more severe than directly killing Chinzong once. Killing him once would at most cause him to lose one of his divine image essences, and he would not be able to enter the super extreme realm for more than a year. However, this approach would hinder Chinzong for at least a few years or even 100 years, delaying Chinzong's progress. It had to be said that 30% C's intentions were very sinister. The other members of the Divine Light group stared at Chinzong with mocking sneers. Anyone who dared to go against the Divine Light group would not have a good end. Now it was up to Chinzong to choose. If he was smart enough, he would listen to their leader. If not, he would resist. "You talk too much," Chinzong responded, neither slowly nor quickly, his sword chi lingering on the Heaven River sword in an instant. This battle was inevitable, and Chinzong also wanted to see how strong a super master who could kill a 3,000-meter-tall divine image essences alone was. How big was the gap between his current strength and his supermaster's? "I thought you were a smart person, but it seems that you are stupid." The coldness on 30% C's face became even more obvious. The faint murderous intent in his eyes instantly intensified until it reached its peak. It was like a saber piercing through the sky, tearing everything apart. "From now on, every time you enter this place, I will kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, Sansei's long saber slashed out. The long saber of the divine manifestation, celestial soldier, brought with it a cruel and cold saber light. The saber light was like the water of the Milky Way, but also like a landslide. It carried with it a terrifying saber will as it cut through the air. With one slash, the sky changed color, and Chinzong's expression involuntarily became dignified. A supermaster's attack was really extraordinary. It looked like an ordinary blade, but it contained terrifying power. In fact, any supermaster had already tempered their divine image physique to a high level, even to the extreme, so why would they continue to hunt down divine images? It was because of this that they could better achieve divine image essences. Divine image essences was the pursuit of every third realm cultivator, because to break through to the fourth realm, divine image essences was an unavoidable path. In fact, divine image essences did not only exist in the surpassing realm. Divine image essences existed in the high and low realms as well. After all, some cultivators could not break through to the high realm, let alone the surpassing realm. So, those cultivators who could not break through to the high or surpassing realm could not break through to the fourth realm. No, they could still break through to the fourth realm, but relatively speaking, it was more difficult, and after breaking through, their potential could not be compared to those in the surpassing realm. To put it simply, those in the low realm of divine image essences could generally compete with those in the high realm, and those in the high realm of divine image essences could also compete with those in the surpassing realm. However, once they reached the level of divine image essences, they would work hard to break through to the fourth realm, and they would appear less and fight less. The Heavenly River Sword also slashed out in that instant. The moment the sword light and the saber light came into contact, Chinzong immediately felt a terrifying power erupt from his opponent's saber light. After shattering the sword light, the saber light slashed toward him with irresistible force. It was a very strong saber. Not only was the power of the divine image stronger than his, but the Great Path saber technique had also reached the realm of perfection, and its power was astonishing. This was the first opponent Chinzong had met whose Great Path martial technique had reached the realm of perfection. The sword light was shattered, and the saber light came for him. Chinzong's figure flashed, and after easily dodging the saber light, he stabbed out with his sword again. It pierced through the void in an instant, mysterious and swift, and had an indescribable profundity and agility. 30% CI did not move. He dragged his long saber, and the saber chi was cold and sharp, leaving a long saber mark on the ground. It turned into a white line, and charged directly toward Shinzong. As for the other people in the Divine Light group, they all stood aside and did not make a move. Their standing posture vaguely formed an encirclement, surrounding the area to prevent Shinzong from escaping. Once Shinzong tried to escape, he was bound to be intercepted. He only needed to stop him for a moment, and that was enough time for 30% CI to pursue him. The strength of a supermaster was undeniably strong. Shinzong calmed down and operated the Heart Sutra. He continued to fight with 30% CI, and the Heart Sword technique was activated to the extreme. However, for a moment, Shinzong could not gain any advantage. This was because 30% C's Great Path Saber technique had also reached the realm of perfection. He also had rich combat experience. With the long saber in hand, he wielded it freely. Every strike was fierce and lethal. His powerful divine image body and divine image power were even stronger than Shinzong's. For a moment, not only was Shinzong unable to gain any advantage, but he also showed signs of being suppressed. If it were not for the superb Heart Sword technique that allowed him to perceive everything around him, he would have been suppressed long ago. It seems that I have to use my unique skills, Shinzong said to himself, and the sword chi burst out in an instant. Chapter 26:05. On the Great Whale, in his cabin, Shinzong narrowed his eyes and seemed to be deep in thought. He was dead. This was the first time he had died in the Divine Aspect Secret Realm, and he had been killed by Shinzong's saber. The strength of a supermaster was indeed very strong, even stronger than his current strength. At that time, the Heart Sword art was unable to suppress Shinzong's saber technique, and they were evenly matched. However, Shinzong's strength was greater than his. When Shinzong used the Heart Sword art, space-splitting form, Shinzong had also mastered a Great Tao secret technique. In fact, every supermaster had mastered a Great Tao secret technique. Shinzong had mastered the Great Tao saber technique, mastered a Great Tao secret technique, and had the Divine Aspect Heavenly Armor and the Divine Aspect Heavenly Armor. His Divine Aspect body was much more condensed than Shinzong's, and his Divine Aspect body was also much stronger. Under all these comparisons, Shinzong had no advantage at all. Even if the Heart Sword art combined with the Heart Sword art could resist Shinzong's saber technique, Shinzong was still defeated by the obvious difference in strength. In the end, he was killed in a battle of attrition. Shinzong didn't feel that it was a great loss for his divine image body to die once. It was nothing more than losing a wisp of his divine image essence and being unable to enter the divine image sealed world for more than a year. However, one shouldn't forget that a chi refining divine image could only enter the transcendent realm after a year or so, but Shinzong could enter with his body refining divine image. This time, he had also learned how big the gap between him and a supermaster was. However, although Shinzong did not mind letting his divine aspect body die once, this enmity had been sowed, and he would definitely take revenge. After resting for a moment, Shinzong entered the divine aspect secret realm again. This time, he entered the body refining divine aspect secret realm. The leader of the Divine Light group had threatened Shinzong. If Shinzong didn't agree to his conditions, he would continue to hunt down Shinzong. As long as Shinzong entered the divine image secret realm, he would kill him. He would kill him every time he entered the secret realm. Then Shinzong had been killed once. Normally, it would take more than a year for Shinzong to enter again. During this time, the Divine Light group would not pay attention to him. In other words, his body-refining godly form was relatively safe. He did not need to worry about being found by the Divine Light group. Of course, even if they came to him, Shinzong was not afraid. It was nothing more than a battle, nothing more than death. He would not be timid because of this. Shinzong entered the super realm directly. He had the Milky Way sword and the 7 Extinction martial token with him. As soon as he appeared, Shinzong did not hesitate and immediately set off for Sharp Blade Mountain. The body-refining godly form was not as good as the body-refining godly form. He had to start from Sharp Blade Mountain to obtain the essence and absorb it to improve his own godly form. With the experience of the body-refining godly form, the body-refining godly form moved more smoothly and saved more time. As soon as he saw the 100-meter-tall godly form, Chunzong did not hesitate to swing his sword and use his mountain and river-suppressing technique to quickly kill it. The use of his sword technique immediately consumed 30% of Chunzong's godly form power. However, with the help of the 7 Extinction Martial Token, Chunzong felt that the surrounding godly form aura was quickly absorbed and poured into his own godly form body. The recovery speed of his godly form power was almost doubled. In other words, with the 7 Extinction Martial Token, the recovery speed of his godly form power was doubled. In addition, the speed of refining the essence of the godly form was also doubled. Treasure. There was no doubt that the 7 Extinction Martial Token was an extraordinary treasure. Not long after, Chunzong's consumed godly form power was completely recovered. The essence of the godly form was also completely refined and absorbed by Chunzong. His body-refining godly form body was more condensed, and his godly form power was also strengthened. However, there was still a long way to go before the end of the first stage and entering the second stage. As for the body-refining godly form, it was currently in the second stage. The so-called first stage was to refine and absorb the essence of the 100-meter-tall godly form. The second stage corresponded to refining the essence of the 200-meter-tall godly form. The third stage corresponded to refining the essence of the 300-meter-tall godly form. The fourth stage was the ultimate stage. Chunzong's body-refining godly form was in the second stage. Sanxingzi, a super expert, was in the fourth stage. The gap between them was very obvious. The power of the godly form alone was overwhelming. Chunzong was able to contend with Sanxingzi because of the superb heart swordsmanship. The superb world swordsmanship was not inferior to the heart swordsmanship. The difference was in the mystery. Compared to the heart swordsmanship, the world swordsmanship focused more on power. In the Blade Mountain, a small number of cultivators acted alone. Most of the cultivators formed teams of 3, or even 5. They worked together to hunt down the godly form. When Chunzong finished killing the 10th 100-meter-tall godly form and was refining and absorbing its essence, suddenly, a tyrannical aura spread in the distance and turned into a windstorm. Vaguely, the windstorm-like aura carried a trace of sharpness. Chunzong moved and immediately flew in the direction of the aura. Every step he took was dozens of feet long. When he landed, he suddenly stomped on the stone ground. The power exploded and pushed the body of the 120-meter-tall godly form forward like a galloping horse. Fast, fast, fast. His speed kept increasing. With every step he took, the mountain rocks were crushed and collapsed. Instinctively, Chunzong felt that a treasure had appeared. That was why there was such an aura. This reminded him of the godly celestial weapon, the Sky River Sword, that he had encountered in the first level of the Divine Aspect Secret Realm before he had broken through to the Extreme Realm. The aura then was somewhat similar to the aura now. Could it be that another godly celestial weapon had appeared? Regardless of whether it was or not, since he had sensed it, it was worth a trip. Like Chunzong, other cultivators who had sensed the aura also took action and flew in the direction of the aura. As Chunzong continued to fly, the aura that swept over like a long river became more and more obvious and intense. This meant that Chunzong was not in the wrong direction. After running for about a dozen miles, Chunzong saw the object that was emitting a mighty and sharp aura. It was a piece of armor. The shape of the armor was unique. At first glance, the impression was that it was sharp. The edges were sharp, and the aura was sharp. It was as sharp as a sword. This feeling was very strange. Such a sharp aura should only appear on weapons like sabers and swords. However, it just so happened to appear on a piece of armor. Yet it didn't seem out of place at all. Divine aspect, heavenly armor. Chunzong muttered in his heart. His eyes suddenly emitted a sharp light. In the extreme realm, Every supermaster had a divine aspect heavenly weapon or divine aspect heavenly armor. It was because of this that they could compete with or even kill a 300-meter tall divine aspect alone. Some top masters also had a divine aspect heavenly weapon or divine aspect heavenly armor. Very few had a divine aspect heavenly weapon or divine aspect heavenly armor. Chunzong only had the divine aspect heavenly weapon, the Sky River Sword, but he did not have the divine aspect heavenly armor. In this regard, he was inferior to those supermasters. However, the divine aspect heavenly weapon or divine aspect heavenly armor had always been something that could only be encountered by chance. Whether one could encounter it or not depended on luck. Whether one could obtain it or not depended on one's strength. For example, if one was lucky enough to encounter it, but someone else also encountered it, what would they do? They could only fight for it. That would depend on their strength. Now, it also depended on their strength, because other than himself, other cultivators had also arrived. At a glance, there were more than 20 of them. As this thought flashed through his mind, Chunzong's speed did not slow down at all. Instead, he exploded and sped up, rushing directly towards the divine aspect heavenly armor. This divine aspect heavenly armor is mine, Chunzong thought to himself. His eyes became sharper. Get lost. Die. The divine aspect heavenly armor was a divine aspect treasure that could only be obtained by very few divine aspect bodies. Once one of them obtained it, he or she would immediately have the ability to contend with a divine aspect body that was more than 100 feet tall. After all, the divine aspect heavenly armor's defensive power was very strong. It could withstand the attack of a divine aspect body that was more than 100 feet tall. Moreover, both the divine aspect heavenly weapon and divine aspect heavenly armor had a special characteristic, which was that their power would increase as their divine aspect body improved. Chunzong did not say a word, but his body did not slow down at all. He directly slashed out with his sword, displaying the World Sword Principle that had reached the perfect realm. The World Sword Principle's power was amazing. With a slash of the sword, the first cultivator who wanted to snatch the divine aspect heavenly armor was immediately sent flying. One slash after another. It was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Under the sword, no one could withstand even one round. They were all repelled and sent flying by Chunzong's World Sword Principle. It was impossible for them to resist. Although Chunzong was not as good as them in terms of divine aspect power, the World Sword Principle that had reached the perfect realm was not something they could compare with. There were many conditions to become a supermaster. Mastering great path martial arts of a sufficient level was a must. It could be said that every supermaster's great path martial arts had reached the perfect realm, and they had also mastered the great path martial arts. This was one of the prerequisites. If they did not achieve this step, then even if their divine aspect body was upgraded to the 4th stage, they would still not be able to become a supermaster. At best, they would be at the level of a top master. None of these people had mastered great path martial arts of the perfect realm. In fact, not many of them had even mastered great path martial arts. In this regard, even if their divine aspect power was stronger than Chunzong's, they were not a match for Chunzong at all. With one slash of the sword, all of them retreated. Let's join forces to kill him first. After being forced to retreat, some people immediately roared. Chunzong suddenly became the target of more than 20 people. It was the divine aspect heavenly armor. Everyone wanted to get it, but in the current situation, this person was the strongest. If this continued, he might be able to get the divine aspect heavenly armor, and they would have no chance. They could only join forces to kill him first. After that, they could compete with each other based on their own abilities. Killing moves appeared frequently and were continuously performed. They bombarded Chunzong from all directions. Chunzong did not dodge. As his eyes flickered, there seemed to be illusory images of mountains and rivers appearing. Immediately, sword chi erupted and turned into illusory images of mountains and rivers lingering on the Sky River Sword. The sword slashed down. The World Sword Principle, suppressing mountains and rivers. With one slash, astonishing power was urged to the extreme in an instant. It exploded in an instant, as if mountains and rivers had descended to suppress the world, directly suppressing the others. Chapter 26:06. With a single sword strike, more than half of the cultivators were killed. Hegemonic wind slash. Shocking wind slash. Chunzong struck twice with his sword, followed by the world sword principle. Every strike was fatal. Even if some of the cultivators realized that something was wrong, it was too late for them to escape. Chunzong killed more than 20 cultivators, leaving behind more than 20 god essence. Chunzong quickly absorbed and refined them. But this was not the point. The point was that no one was fighting for the divine image heavenly armor. However, Chunzong did not delay and quickly absorbed it. Chunzong's god image power entered the divine image heavenly armor through the contact of his palm. It quickly filled the entire armor and formed a cycle. When the cycle was completed, a tight connection was established between Chunzong and the divine image heavenly armor. This was the refinement. After refining, Chunzong moved his mind, and the divine image heavenly armor immediately turned into a ray of light, rolling toward Chunzong's god image body and covering it. Minglan's sword armor. This was the name of the divine image heavenly armor. Whether it was the divine image heavenly weapon or the divine image heavenly armor, they all had unique names, and their names were closely related to their characteristics. For example, Chunzong's divine image heavenly weapon was called the Milky Way sword, and there was only one of it. This Minglan sword armor was also unique. After refining the Minglan sword armor, Chunzong not only learned the name of the divine image heavenly armor, but also its characteristics. The name Minglan referred to the defense of this armor. When an attack landed on it, it would be blocked and dissolved like a wave that dispersed the attack. Chunzong tried it. He used his finger like a sword and pressed hard on the Minglan sword armor. In an instant, Chunzong felt that his sword finger was blocked. A feeling that seemed both hard and flexible spread from his fingertips. Immediately, ripples spread rapidly from the Minglan sword armor where the sword finger had touched. At first, the ripples were very obvious, but as they spread out, they gradually faded and finally disappeared. The power of the sword finger was also dispersed by the spreading ripples, and finally disappeared into nothingness. However, this wasn't the full power of the Clear Wave sword armor. Apart from its defense, the Clear Wave sword armor also contained a sharp energy. This energy could be used on sharp weapons like swords and sabers, increasing their sharpness and indirectly increasing their lethality and attack power. Chunzong gave it a try. He activated the sharpness of the Minglan sword armor and added it to the Milky Way sword. When he swung the sword, he felt that the power of this sword was increased by about 30%. Not bad. A 30% increase was very significant. However, Chunzong also keenly felt that the power stored in the Minglan sword armor had decreased a little. The aura of the god from the outside world was slowly being absorbed to make up for its consumption. Chunzong also discovered that the 7 ultimate martial tokens' accelerated recovery was also effective on the recovery of the Minglan sword armor's power. Indeed, it was great. With the Clear Wave sword armor, I can now go and hunt down a 200-meter god form, Chunzong thought to himself. However, Chunzong still didn't immediately leave Blade Mountain to hunt down a 200-meter god form. He planned to continue hunting down 1,000-meter god forms in Blade Mountain until he condensed his god form body to the second stage. Then, he would go to the Coiling Dragon Valley and other 200-meter god forms habitat to hunt. With his current strength after obtaining the Clear Wave sword armor, it would be easier for him to hunt down a 1,000-meter god form. Naturally, his efficiency would also be much higher. If he went to hunt down a 200-meter god form, he could do it, but it definitely wouldn't be as easy as hunting down a 1,000-meter god form. Therefore, it was better to hunt down a 1,000-meter god form first until he reached the peak of the first stage, or until he broke through to the second stage. Then he would hunt down a 200-meter god form. He had to improve quickly, but he couldn't be impatient. With the clear wave sword armor, the attack of the 1,000-meter god form had no effect on Chunzong. It would be completely blocked by the clear wave sword armor and offset. As such, Chunzong's efficiency in hunting down 1,000-meter god forms had more than doubled. Time passed by. Chunzong's body refining god form was mixed in Blade Mountain, hunting continuously. The god form body became more and more condensed, and the god form power became more and more powerful. Finally, after Chunzong refined another god form power, he felt the god form power in his body surging violently. The god form body seemed to be hammered from inside out. It became more and more condensed. Breakthrough. The god form body finally broke through to the second stage. At this point, the essence of the 1,000-meter god form was useless to him. No, it wasn't completely useless. It was still useful, but its effect had become very weak. It wasn't even 1/10 of its original effect. In other words, if he could improve by absorbing one god form essence before, he would have to absorb more than 10 now. The efficiency had decreased, which meant that Chunzong had to change places. Without hesitation, Chunzong left Blade Mountain and went to Coiling Dragon Valley. Although there were other places besides Coiling Dragon Valley, Chunzong was more familiar with Coiling Dragon Valley, so he could save some time. Until now, the god form didn't know that he had entered this place again. There is still time for him to improve. Now, with the protection and support of the Bright Wave Sword Armor, the overall strength of the Body Refinement Godly Image was superior to the Chi Refinement Godly Image from before. Of course, when the Chi Refinement Godly Image entered this place, the Bright Wave Sword Armor would also appear on its body. After entering the second stage of the God Form body, Chunzong's strength had increased significantly. In addition, the Clear Wave Sword Armor was improved with Chunzong's breakthrough. Although it couldn't completely resist the attack of the 200-meter God Form, it could greatly weaken it and better defend Chunzong. Kill. Hunt. Hunt crazily. Clear Wave Sword Armor. 7 Ultimate Martial Token. Sky River Sword. With the support of the 3 God Form treasures, Chunzong's hunting speed was amazing. Even if he had to spend time looking for the God Form, it was at least twice as fast as when he was cultivating the Chi Refining God Form. When Chunzong had improved more than half of the second stage and was approaching the third stage, the 7 Ultimate Martial Token suddenly vibrated. This meant that someone from the 7 Ultimate Martial Token was sending a message to Chunzong. Chunzong immediately accepted the message. 1 month later, I'm going to hunt the King of God Form. Do you want to go with me? It was a slightly hoarse voice that directly entered Chunzong's ears. At the same time, Chunzong also knew where the voice came from, or rather, from which 7 Ultimate Martial Token came. The number 1 token was the first seat of the 7 Ultimate Martial Token. Now, the first master of the 7 Ultimate Martial Token was also one of the few Supermasters. The King of God Form. Chunzong's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. The King of God Form was a super existence at the peak of the super extreme realm. It was very terrifying and rare. Of course, although the King of God Form was very strong, if they were discovered, they would definitely be surrounded and killed. However, most of the time, the result was failure and they were eliminated by the King of God Form instead. But there were also successful examples. It was also because of this that people knew that the essence of the King of Divine Image was very close to the origin of the Divine Image. After refining it, not only could it rapidly improve one's Divine Image body and Divine Image power, but if it was absorbed by someone who had already condensed it to the extreme, it could speed up the process of Divine Image unification. In the 7 Ultimate Martial Token, the others also made sound. It seemed that the first seat of the 7 Ultimate Martial Token was going to break through to the God Form Origin Restoration. 1 month. Chunzong narrowed his eyes slightly. It should be enough for me to reach the third stage. Now that his God Form power was close to the peak of the second stage, if he kept hunting for a month, there was still hope for him to break through to the third stage. At that time, with his third-stage God form power, coupled with his sword technique Aowu and the Great Tao technique suppressing mountains and rivers, he might be able to hunt down the king of God form together. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, it was good to see the strength of the king of God form. When the time comes, I will go. Chunzong also left his message and put down the 7 ultimate martial token. His body moved, and he immediately went into the distance to continue hunting for the God form. The more he hunted, the more he refined and absorbed the essence of the God form. The more condensed Chunzong's God form body was, the more powerful his God form power was, and naturally, his strength was also getting stronger. Compared to when he first entered the Coiling Dragon Valley, the difficulty of Chunzong hunting the 200-meter-tall God form was more than half. Compared to the twists and turns when he entered the godly form body of Qi, this time, it was much smoother, and he did not cause any big trouble. Naturally, some small troubles could not cause the slightest disturbance to Chunzong, and he solved them directly. Then, Chunzong made an unexpected discovery. What discovery? The people of the Divine Light group. Every group had its own symbol, and the Divine Light group naturally had its own symbol. It was easy to recognize, because Chunzong had seen it more than once. Seeing the 5 elites of the Divine Light group, Chunzong suddenly showed a smile. He had to take revenge. He had to settle the score. Although he had never seen these 5 people before, they were the members of the Divine Light group. Sooner or later, he would encounter the Divine Light group. Then, he would start collecting interest from them. After making up his mind, Chunzong stepped out as if he was walking on the wind and quickly approached the 5 elites of the Divine Light group. It just so happened that these 5 people had successfully killed a 200-meter-tall God form and were sharing the essence of the God form equally. Caught off guard, sword light flashed, and the world-level swordsmanship burst out and directly slashed at them. The gap between the elite masters and the top masters was still very obvious. Especially Chunzong, who was a master of swordsmanship under the sudden attack, it was even more difficult for them to react. So much so that these 5 elite experts of the Divine Light groups were all killed in an instant before they even knew who had attacked. The bodies of the God forms quickly dissipated, leaving only the essences of the 5 God forms, which were absorbed, refined, and absorbed by Chunzong. In an instant, Chunzong only felt that the power of the God form in his body was rapidly condensing, expanding, contracting, expanding, and contracting as if it was breathing. Then, as if it was exploding, it rushed out. An increasingly tight feeling spread, and the body of the God form became more and more powerful, and the power of the God form was constantly increasing. It broke a limit and stepped into another level, which was even more amazing. The 3rd stage. Chapter 2607. Ordinary experts, elite experts, top experts, and super experts were directly related to the stage of condensation of the divine image body. The first stage of condensation of the divine image body corresponded to ordinary experts, and so on. The second stage corresponded to elite experts. The third stage corresponded to top experts, and the fourth stage corresponded to super experts. Of course, this was only a correspondence and not absolute. For example, Chunzong could kill a 100-foot divine image alone when he was in the first stage of the divine image body. That was the level of an elite expert. Why was that so? Because Chunzong's great path sword technique had reached the perfection realm, which made each of his sword moves extremely powerful. Moreover, he had mastered a great path absolute art, which made him even more terrifying. Therefore, Chunzong could have the strength of a top expert when he was in the second stage of condensation of the divine image body. Now, Chunzong's divine image body had reached the third stage. In terms of divine image power, he had truly reached the level of a top expert. Then, coupled with his great path sword technique, did he have the strength of a super expert? Not at all. The battle with San Sheng Ci made Chunzong realize the strength of a super expert. Not only had his divine image body reached the fourth stage, but he had also mastered a great path martial art and great path absolute art, to the perfection realm. Then, his current strength should be at the top of the top level, close to the level of a super expert. Netherlight Abyss. This was a dangerous place in the divine image secret realm's transcendence boundary, and it was also a place where divine images of the heavens gathered. In the Netherlight Abyss, not only were there 100-foot divine images, but there were also 200-foot divine images. There were even 300-foot divine images. It was a very chaotic place. Under normal circumstances, cultivators were not willing to enter this place. Because the Netherlight Abyss was complicated and chaotic, it was not as clearly divided as Blade Mountain's coiling Dragon Valley. The divine images all had their own territories. In the Netherlight Abyss, only a few divine images had their own territories. Most of the divine images wandered around. For example, if you were to enter the Netherlight Abyss to hunt for a 1,000-foot tall god phase, you might encounter a 2,000-foot tall god phase or even a 3,000-foot tall god phase. You might even encounter more than one 3,000-foot tall god phase when you were hunting a 3,000-foot tall god phase. Only those top teams would enter the Netherlight Abyss to hunt. Otherwise, the rewards would not be proportional to the effort. Chunzong arrived outside the Netherlight Abyss. "Are you the new 7th seat?" A woman in tight, leather armor glanced at Chunzong with a sharp gaze. She saw the 7 ultimate martial token on his waist. There was a number on it, 7. She asked. Chunzong nodded and glanced at the woman's waist. She also had a 7 extremes martial token with a number 5 on it, indicating that she was 5th in the 7 extremes martial token. Beside the woman, there was another person. He was a middle-aged man who also had a 7 despair martial token. The number on it was 3. He was the 3rd seat of the 7 despair martial token. This was the temporary rendezvous point for the 7 ultimate warriors. It was the temporary rendezvous point for the 1st seat to kill the king of divine aspect. The 7 ultimate warriors were allowed to gather here. Until now, the 1st seat had not arrived yet. The first to arrive were the 3rd seat, the 5th seat, and the new 7th seat, Chunzong. After observing for a while, the middle-aged man took the initiative to greet them. The 3rd seat was called Ling Fong, and the 5th seat was called Wang Chu. They were from different borders. The two of them had known each other before. After all, they had been in the 7 Ultimate Warriors for a long time. Chunzong was a newcomer. Although he had been in the 7 Ultimate Warriors for a while, it was his first time meeting the other members. They were all members of the 7 Ultimate Warriors. It would have been fine if they had not met, but now that they had met, they naturally had to get to know each other. The middle-aged man was especially good at socializing. They started to get familiar with each other after a few words. Not long after, another person arrived. It was the 6th seat, Tianqi. "Hello, everyone." Tianqi's personality was more lively. He immediately greeted them. He turned his gaze and saw Chunzong's light blue armor. "Brother Chunzong, you're here too. Not bad. You even got the divine aspect heavenly armor." At that time, he was the one who invited Chunzong to join the 7 Ultimate Warriors. To a certain extent, their relationship was deeper. As they waited, they chatted idly. Finally, someone else arrived. The newcomer wore black and red armor. He held a black spear in his hand. The spear's blade was suffused with traces of red light. A 7 Ultimate Warrior token hung from his waist. The number on it was 1. The 1st seat. He was the only Supermaster left in the 7 Ultimate Warriors. He was also the one who initiated the hunt for the King of Divine Aspect. "You're all here." The 1st seat was called Bogu. When he saw Chunzong and the other 3, he nodded slightly. His expression was a bit cold. "In that case, follow me." "Aren't we waiting for the 2nd and 4th seats?" Tianqi asked. "They have other things to do." "They can't come," Bogu replied. Carrying his spear, he strode into the Mingguang Abyss. Since the 2nd and 4th seats could not come, these 5 would be the ones to act. A Supermaster and 4 Top Masters. Chunzong also noticed that other than himself, the other 4 seats all had Divine Aspect Heavenly Armor and Divine Aspect Heavenly Armor. Their strength was extraordinary. He wondered if such a combination could hunt down the so-called king of divine aspect. Shenzong was still very curious. It seemed that the king of divine aspect was in the Mingguang abyss. However, since ancient times, the place where the king of divine aspect appeared the most was the Mingguang abyss. Go deeper. They quickly went deeper. Along the way, Chunzong and the other 4 seats followed the first seat Bo Gu into the Mingguang abyss. Along the way, if they encountered a celestial aspect, they ignored it. A celestial aspect was too weak for them. Even if they killed it, they would not gain any benefits. Even if it was a 200-meter celestial aspect, they would ignore it. The logic was the same. Of course, at such a high speed, even a 200-meter celestial aspect could not catch up with Chunzong and the other 4. Not long after, they encountered a 300-meter celestial aspect. However, the 300-foot celestial form was completely different. Its humongous body exuded a tyrannical aura that was extremely vigorous and powerful. Even a super expert like Bo Gu couldn't underestimate it. "Kill it," Bo Gu called out. Shenzong also saw Bo Gu making a move. With a shake of his long spear, it turned into a strong black light that instantly pierced through the air. Its power was extremely shocking. It was the Great Dao Spear technique, and it was the Great Dao Spear technique at the Great Perfection stage. Immediately, the other 4 people followed suit and attacked the 300-meter celestial aspect. It was not that Bo Gu could not kill it alone, but in order to save time, the 5 of them attacked together. There was no doubt that the hunting speed would be faster. As expected, under the joint attack of the 5 people, the 300-meter celestial aspect did not last long and was killed. Of course, the one who contributed the most was Bo Gu. After all, he was a supermaster and could kill a 300-meter celestial aspect by himself. Chunzong and the other 3 only played a supporting role. However, this battle also allowed Chunzong to see the general strength of Bo Gu and the others. Bo Gu's strength seems to be stronger than 30% CI, the leader of the Divine Light Group, Chunzong secretly guessed. Chunzong had personally experienced 30% C strength. Moreover, he used the Heart Sword technique to contend with him. Therefore, he was more clear about it. As for Bo Gu's strength, Chunzong had not personally fought with him. Now, he was just observing the battle. Based on the battle between Bo Gu and the 300-meter celestial aspect, he made a guess. With Chunzong's current accumulation and insight, such a guess was not far from the truth. Bo Gu's strength might really be stronger than 30% CI. As for how much stronger, Chunzong could not tell. The essence of the 300-meter celestial aspect was more vigorous and pure. It was not comparable to the essence of the 200-meter celestial aspect. The essence of the 300-meter celestial aspect was immediately divided into 4 and given to Chunzong and the other 3 to refine and absorb. As for why Bo Gu did not refine and absorb it, because his celestial aspect body had already been condensed to the limit of the 4th stage. Even if he refined and absorbed it, he would not be able to improve it at all. The next step would be celestial aspect unification. However, celestial aspect unification was not that easy. It required an opportunity. This time, Bo Gu found the traces of the King of Divine Aspect and planned to kill it. His purpose was to use the King of Divine Aspect's essence, the super essence that was closest to the origin of the Divine Aspect, to help him find an opportunity to break through the limit and achieve celestial aspect unification. This was because he had already reached the limit of the Divine Aspect realm in all aspects. He had accumulated to the limit and could not improve any further. The next step was naturally to break through. The 4th stage. Since he had reached the limit, it was meaningless to continue to stay. On the contrary, it was just a waste of time. Of course, he had to seek a breakthrough. Then, if he wanted to break through to the 4th stage, he must first go through the celestial aspect unification step. However, he could not find any way at the moment. Moreover, the 2nd seed had achieved celestial aspect unification 1 step earlier than him. He could not help but feel a sense of urgency. Of course, he He did not have any enmity or conflict of interest with the second seat. On the contrary, their relationship was quite good. That sense of urgency was a kind of competition. However, he did not want to fall behind. However, it was wishful thinking to want to kill the king of divine aspect by himself. They could only work together. The most trustworthy people were undoubtedly the companions of the 7 ultimate techniques. If they failed, then Bogu would compensate them with 10 300 Zhong godly phantoms essences. If they succeeded, then Bogu would get half of the king of divine phantoms essences, and the other half would be shared equally among the others. But if they succeeded, then Bogu would get half of the king of divine phantoms essences, and the other half would be shared equally among the others. For people would get half, which was 1/8 of the total. The king of divine aspects essence was said to be the existence closest to the origin. It would definitely be very shocking. As Bogu continued to move forward, he would occasionally encounter 3,000-foot godly aspects along the way. He kept killing them, and the godly aspects' essences would be divided equally among the 4 of them. While refining and absorbing, Chunzong could feel that his godly aspect body, which had just reached the 3rd stage, had become more condensed. His godly aspect power had also become stronger. This meant that the improvement of his basic strength would affect the power of his swordsmanship, Ao Wu, and even the Great Path's lost techniques. If he could further improve his strength before he started to hunt the king of divine aspect, it would further increase his insurance. After all, according to the rumors, the king of divine aspect strength was extremely terrifying. Chapter 26:08. After killing the 12th celestial form and absorbing its essence, Bogu stopped in his tracks. This is where I discovered the king of divine aspects' whereabouts. Bogu's tone was filled with excitement. His words made Chunzong and the others look solemn. For some reason, they felt that there seemed to be a different aura in the air. Of course, that could be a psychological effect. Next, they had to find the king of divine manifestations. They could only hope that it had not been killed by others. However, the possibility of this was very small because the king of divine manifestations was extremely strong and would not be easy to kill. Perhaps everyone was very lucky, but it did not take long for them to find the king of divine manifestations. Shinzong also saw the so-called king of divine manifestations, which was somewhat unexpected. In the Ultra realm, a 100-meter god manifestation was the weakest, followed by a 200-meter god manifestation. Then a 300-meter god manifestation was even stronger. According to this inference, the king of divine manifestations body should be more than 300 meters tall. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it could reach 400 or even 500 meters. In fact, this was indeed the case. Those legendary kings of divine manifestations did indeed have astonishingly large bodies. Of course, since ancient times, the king of divine manifestations had appeared very few times. Now, the king of divine manifestations that Chunzong and the others saw with their own eyes was not so large. On the contrary, it was very small. In fact, it was even smaller than them. The king of divine manifestations was a human figure wearing golden armor. It was sitting on the back of a beast wearing a golden half armor that looked like a fierce tiger, but was even more ferocious and domineering. The tiger wearing the golden half armor was about 100 meters tall, and the figure wearing golden armor and holding a golden spear on its back was about 100 meters tall. 100 meters tall was equivalent to the height of a low-realm god manifestation. However, the moment they saw this figure, whether it was Bogu, Chunzong, or the others, they all felt a direct impact on them. Very strong, very strong. The aura was obscure and terrifying, like an undercurrent hidden deep in the sea. It did not reveal the mountain nor the water, but once it exploded, it would definitely destroy everything. Why were they so sure that it was the king of divine manifestations that they were looking for? Because of their intuition. There was no need to prove it. They could tell just by feeling. The king of gods. For no reason, everyone became excited. This was the king of divine phase, and they were about to accomplish a magnificent feat, which was to kill the king of divine phase. I'll take the lead. The four of you will assist me. Bogu took a deep breath and spoke. When his voice fell into the ears of the four, it was low and muffled. Chunzong and the other three immediately nodded. On the way here, they had hunted down the 300-meter-tall gods, not only to obtain their god essence, but also to cooperate with each other. After all, hunting a king of gods was no small matter. If they weren't familiar with each other, they wouldn't be able to cooperate fully. The slightest carelessness and the slightest flaw could lead to failure. That said, none of them were ordinary people. After killing the 12 300-meter-tall godly manifestations, they all had a good understanding of each other's fighting styles and could work together seamlessly. Immediately after, Bogu flipped his hand, and 4 chi appeared on his palm. The chi was light gold, and it looked like a spiritual snake swimming in his palm. In the next moment, the 4 light gold chi flew out and shot towards Chunzong and the other 3. This is the heavenly spring essence, a secret treasure of the godly manifestation secret treasure. Everyone has one. No matter if your godly manifestation power is exhausted or your godly manifestation body is about to collapse, as long as you absorb it, you can instantly recover, Bogu said solemnly. This was the preparation he had made for hunting the king of gods. Chunzong and the other 3 were shocked. In the godly manifestation secret realm, apart from the godly manifestation heavenly armors and godly manifestation heavenly armors, there was something even more precious and rare, the godly manifestation secret treasures. The godly manifestation secret treasures were a general term, and there were many kinds of them. The effect of the heavenly spring essence was no less than a second life. Even if they were killed, they wouldn't really die. They would only lose one godly manifestation essence, and wouldn't be able to enter the godly manifestation secret realm for more than a year. However, if they were killed, it meant that the hunt had failed. If they wanted to kill the king of gods again, they would have to wait until they entered the secret realm again. With the heavenly spring essence, even if they were killed, they would be able to recover to their peak state and continue to fight. It was no doubt amazing. Thank you. The 4 of them expressed their gratitude to Bogu. With the essence of the heavenly spring, the chances of successfully killing the king of gods had increased by a lot. Of course, if the difference in strength was too big, no matter how many heavenly spring essences they had, it would be useless. After all, the difference in strength was too big. Killing once, twice, or thrice didn't make much of a difference. It was just one more attack. Are you ready? Bogu gazed into the distance, locking his gaze on the king of gods. His voice was getting deeper and deeper. Shortly after, Bogu's strength completely erupted, instantly reaching the pinnacle. Man and spear became one, as if he had turned into a black meteor, bringing with him an incomparably violent and tyrannical power as he shot through the air. His might was unparalleled, and an indescribable aura spread out. It was beyond imagination, far stronger than before. A unique skill. Bogu didn't use a probing skill. He used a unique skill directly. The king of gods wasn't weak. It was certain that his godly manifestation was more than 300 meters long. However, it was unknown how much it was more than that. Normally, what they should do was to test the opponent first, then use their full strength. However, what if the king of gods was very strong? Then, they might not be able to use their full strength in time and be killed by the king of gods directly. Therefore, from the very beginning, he didn't try to test the waters. Instead, he unleashed his most powerful attack. If even this attack couldn't do anything to the king of divine aspect, then the so-called hunt would be a joke. It would be an extravagant hope. Bogu exploded in an instant. Chunzong and the others also exploded. The third seat specialized in fist techniques. His right arm swelled to twice its original size, and he suddenly punched out, bursting with an extremely powerful force. It was as if he could shatter the sky. This was a top-tier ultima profound martial art of the transcendent realm. Vaguely, the fist carried with it a trace of the mysteries of the Great Path lost techniques. It It was just one step away from truly reaching the level of the great path lost techniques. The fifth seat cultivated dual sabers. The dual sabers were long and narrow, and in an instant, they erupted. Saber light intertwined and densely packed together to form a net of sabers, as if threads were threaded through needles. The net of blades was like the spring wind brushing the willows, but it was also dense and flexible. It seemed slow, but it was actually fast. It was silent and light, like a swaying willow leaf, like a feather, approaching the king of gods. Boom, boom, boom. The sixth seat, Tianqi, specialized in leg techniques, not body techniques. His body movement was also derived from his leg movement. His legs struck out in an instant, and the tyrannical power of his legs intertwined and overlapped. One after another, the power of his legs was like a raging wave. Every kick contained an extremely terrifying power, and it was as if it could destroy a mountain. All of the attacks were aimed at the king of divine aspect. Chunzong slashed out with his sword. Sword chi exploded, turning into an illusory image of mountains and rivers. A vigorous and domineering power spread out, and the suppressive power fell on the king of gods first. Among the five people, Bogu and Chunzong had used true Great Path's unique skills. They were all at the lower star level. Even the lowest level of Great Path's unique skills had astonishing power that Ao Wu couldn't compare to. The third seat's punch had reached the threshold of a Great Path's unique skill, surpassing Ao Wu's. However, it hadn't completely reached the level of a Great Path's unique skill. It was more like a half-step Great Path's unique skill. As for the fifth and sixth seats, they were both Ao Wu, the top AO with the Transcendent Realm. Without a doubt, the power that the five of them released in an instant was extremely terrifying. It was a power that could destroy mountains, and it directly bombarded the king of gods. The power of the mountain and river suppressing sword fell on the king of gods, and the suppressive power immediately made the king of gods' body tremble slightly. However, in an instant, the tiger divine form under the king of gods roared angrily. The roar was earth-shattering, and it exploded with an astonishing power. It was earth-shattering, and it directly shattered the power of Chunzong's mountain and river-suppressing sword. Bogu's Great Path's unique skill, which was like a falling meteor, also arrived. However, the king of gods raised the golden long spear in his hand and rotated it. It seemed slow, but it was extremely heavy. It suddenly smashed down like a thunderstorm, destroying everything in its path. With a boom, the void seemed to be shattered under the heavy impact of the spear. Collision. The tyrannical power collided with each other and directly exploded. The terrible aftermath instantly spread in all directions, shattering everything and turning them into dust. Bogu was directly sent flying. The divine sky armor on his body shook violently, as if it was about to shatter, but it still held on. The other people's attacks all landed on the king of God's body. Chunzong's sword also directly slashed the king of God's body. He immediately felt that his sword seemed to have cut into an extremely hard object, and it was blocked. A tyrannical rebounding force rebounded, and Chunzong's entire body was sent flying. Shocking. Chunzong's expression was incomparably shocked. The Jinshan River's tyrannical sword actually shattered after slashing into the king of gods. The king of gods didn't seem to be injured at all. No, Chunzong's sharp senses told him that the king of gods was injured, but it was very light. However, if the king of gods was injured, it meant that if everyone worked together, they still had a chance to kill him. Otherwise, if no one was injured, it meant that everyone working together couldn't fight the king of gods at all. Chunzong's sword did indeed injure the king of gods. When the other people's attacks landed on the king of gods' body, they also caused some minor injuries and slightly weakened the king of gods' power. However, this kind of weakening was insignificant. If the king of gods was 3,000 feet tall, facing the full power of everyone's combined attack, even if he didn't directly die, he would be on the verge of death. However, the king of gods was so tyrannical that the injuries he suffered were too light. It was less than 1%. However, everyone still saw a glimmer of hope. There was hope to kill the king of gods. Fight! Bogu exploded again, and a spear arrived. Kill! Kill! Chapter 26:09. The god of God's body didn't need to eat, drink, sleep, or breathe. However, Chunzong and the other four felt suffocated. Strong. The king of gods was too strong. Even if the five of them used their full strength, they could only contend with the king of gods. They were completely at a disadvantage. The pressure was too strong. The king of gods not only had amazing defensive abilities, but its attack power was also terrifying. Because it had a mount, its speed was also very fast. It moved like the wind, making it even more difficult to surround it. The king of gods was extremely difficult to deal with. The power of its golden spear was terrifying. Kill the mount first, Bogu said seriously. Only by killing the mount could Han Sun suppress the king of gods' mobility and speed. The four of them understood this point. They immediately changed their attack direction and attacked the tiger god's mount. Roar! The tiger god's mount suddenly roared. It seemed to understand that it was being targeted. It was furious. It suddenly pounced, and its tiger claws were cold and fierce, tearing everything apart. The king of gods on the tiger god's mount also attacked with its spear. It was as fast as a golden meteor. The tip of the spear was so sharp that it could pierce through everything. Bogu's strength was the strongest. Even if he couldn't fight the king of gods one-on-one, he could still contend with it. With the help of Chunzong and the others, even though they were at a disadvantage, their teamwork allowed them to resist the king of gods' attacks. Not a single one of them had been killed. However, the consumption of energy was shocking. This kind of battle was intense, so the burden was obvious. The five of them looked cold and serious. Their eyes were unprecedentedly serious. None of them could die. If any of them died, their cooperation would be broken. Then, they would all be killed by the king of gods. Tianqi's legs carried an extremely violent force. They hit the tiger god's mount directly. The force of the kick could break mountains, but it didn't cause much damage to the king of gods. On the contrary, the force of the kick made Tianqi's legs tremble, and he flew backward. The tiger claws tore through the air and grabbed at Tianqi's god's body. The sharp claws were glowing with golden light. If Tianqi's god's body was caught, he would be severely injured, even if he didn't collapse. Tianqi could not help but reveal a look of shock. In the blink of an eye, an overbearing sword radiance slashed horizontally from the side, carrying the power of a mountain. It hit the golden tiger claw directly. The sound of metal clashing against metal was ear-piercing. The tiger claw was also deflected by the sword. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tianqi moved his legs and dodged the tiger claw by a hair's breadth. Among the five of them, only one used a sword. It was Chunzong, the seventh seat. The king of gods' mount was attacked again and again, and it kept getting injured. Although each injury was light, it kept accumulating, and its power was gradually weakened. However, the king of gods could absorb God's aura from the outside world to replenish itself. This wasn't something the other gods could compare to. This way, even if it was slightly injured and its power was weakened, it could still absorb God's aura from the outside world to replenish itself. Of course, the others could do this too. With the 7 ultimate martial token, they could absorb God's aura twice as fast. Even so, they still couldn't compare to the king of gods. In terms of consumption, they still couldn't beat the king of gods. Powerful strength, shocking defense, super fast speed, and extraordinary recovery ability. The king of divine aspects' terrifying strength was practically flawless. If there were no flaws, then they would create one. If they killed the mount first, perhaps there would be a flaw, and the king of gods' power would be weakened. Slash of heavenly wind. Chunzong's sword slashed at the tiger divine form's mount. The sword radiance shattered, and he bounced back. At the same time, Chunzong's body turned back in the air. He was as graceful and agile as a swallow. Then he slashed again, turning into an extremely sharp bolt of lightning. Lightning slash of shocking wind. The extremely sharp sword pierced through everything. The first two slashes caused a certain amount of damage to the Tiger Divine Form's mount, weakening its power slightly. The current situation was that Bogu was fighting with the King of Gods, trying his best to resist, while the other four attacked the mount, trying to kill it. Power of sword armor. Suppressing the mountains and rivers. Chunzong slashed the divine tiger form with his sword again. The Sword of the Great Path was extremely powerful, and with the power of the sword armor, its power was increased by another 30%, making the power of the sword even more terrifying. The body of the divine tiger form mount was suddenly split open, leaving behind a clear sword mark. The aura of the divine tiger form quickly dissipated, and the power of the divine tiger form mount was obviously reduced. Even its speed was reduced. Good. Everyone was secretly delighted. The tiger divine form's mount was furious. Its tiger claws tore through the air and attacked Chunzong. The King of Gods also attacked with his spear, carrying the power of 10,000 tons. It smashed out fiercely, making Chunzong feel as if the world was falling apart. Power of sword armor. Suppressing the mountains and rivers. Unable to dodge, Chunzong could only explode with his most powerful power. He slashed out with his sword, and the sword chi of the mountains and rivers circled around and condensed on the heavenly river sword. Even the power contained within the heavenly river sword was stimulated. The terrifying power was as heavy as a mountain. It directly smashed down and shattered Chunzong's sword. Chunzong also realized how terrifying the power of the King of Gods was. Chunzong's sword, which he had used all his strength in, was actually unable to block the attack and was directly shattered. A terrifying force came crashing down, causing Chunzong's entire body to fly backwards. The Ming Lan sword armor on his body crazily rippled, layer after layer. Blue light shone brightly, as if it was a stormy sea. It felt as if it could not withstand the force and was about to be shattered. He could not feel any pain, but Chunzong could clearly feel that his divine form's body had been damaged. The Ming Lan sword armor had only blocked most of the power. There was still a small part of the power that fell on his divine form's body, causing damage and weakening his power. Absorb. Chunzong kept absorbing the aura of the divine form around him. With the help of the 7 ultimate martial token, his absorption speed doubled. The power that had been consumed quickly recovered, but Chunzong did not wait for it to recover. He attacked again with his sword. The joint attack could not be stopped. Otherwise, they would all be killed. The King of Gods' next attack was blocked by Bogu. Bogu was much stronger than Chunzong and could barely resist the King of Gods' long spear, suppressing the mountains and rivers. Seizing the opportunity, Chunzong attacked the tiger-shaped divine form with his sword again, causing it to be injured again. The battle was extremely fierce. Within a radius of a few thousand meters, everything was bombarded into smithereens. It was like a ruin, and it was still being ravaged by the bombardment. Tian Chi's divine form. The divine form's body was thin and almost dissipated. It seemed that if a slightly stronger wind blew, it would dissipate like a candle in the wind and turn into nothingness. The essence of the heavenly spring. In an instant, Tian Chi absorbed the essence of the heavenly spring. His divine form body solidified at an astonishing speed, and his divine form power was completely restored to its peak state. Tian Chi was the first to use the essence of the heavenly spring. If he did not use it, he would die. Once he died, there would only be 4 people left, and they would be even weaker. They might be killed by the King of Gods one by one, causing the hunt to fail. Not long after, the 5th seat also had to use the essence of the heavenly spring to completely restore his divine form body and divine form power. The 3rd seat's most powerful punch directly hit the tiger-shaped divine form mount. Chunzong also attacked with his sword. Seizing the opportunity, Bogu also attacked with his spear. As if it was burning, his divine form power was ignited. He used a method of direct consumption to explode with an unparalleled spear attack. Under the attack of the spear, the tiger-shaped divine form mount was almost shattered. But at the same time, Bogu's divine form body was also hit by the spear. More than half of it was broken and almost collapsed. The essence of the heavenly spring. The essence of the heavenly spring was immediately consumed. In an instant, Bogu's divine form body quickly solidified, and his divine form power was completely restored. Kill. The tiger-shaped divine form mount's power was greatly reduced, and it was the best opportunity to kill it. Finally, under the joint efforts of the 5 people, the tiger-shaped divine form mount was directly shattered. However, the essence of the divine form it left behind was directly absorbed into the body of the King of Gods. With a continuous roar, the pattern of a fierce tiger appeared on the golden armor of the King of Gods. It was vivid and lifelike, and it seemed to strengthen the King of Gods' aura. It seemed that they had outsmarted themselves. Everyone's expression stiffened. Originally, the purpose of killing the tiger-shaped divine form mount was to restrain the King of Gods. But it seemed that was not the case. The King of Gods' aura was much stronger. However, at this point, they could only continue to fight. If they could not kill the King of Gods this time, then they would need at least a few more supermasters to hunt him down next time. No matter what, this time, they had to give it their all to kill him. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. The essence of the heavenly spring that they had consumed before would also be wasted. It should be known that a divine treasure like the essence of the heavenly spring was very rare. Bogu was lucky enough to encounter and obtain it. Of course, in order to obtain the essence of the heavenly spring, he had to risk his life. During the fierce battle, everyone realized that after the King of Gods absorbed the essence of the tiger-shaped divine form mount, his aura had indeed become stronger. His power had also increased, but his movement speed had indeed decreased compared to when he had the mount. Their previous decision to kill the mount was not wrong. There was hope. There was still hope to kill him. The spear pierced through the air, and the golden light pierced through everything. In an instant, the third seat's divine form heavenly armor was broken, and his divine form body was also pierced. Shocking power exploded. The third seat suddenly grabbed the golden spear with both hands and exploded with all his power, holding it tightly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the other 4 people also exploded with their strongest attacks, bombarding the King of God's body. The 4 attacks landed on the King of God's body and immediately caused some damage. Chapter 26:10. I went out for dinner with my parents and came back only now. It was a 5-on-1 battle, but the King of Divine Aspect was able to block their attacks with just his spear and armor, and he was able to continuously counterattack. Its spear was extremely heavy and powerful. If one were to be hit by it, one would be severely injured. This was even under the protection of the Divine Image Heavenly Armor. Without the protection of the Divine Image Heavenly Armor, even a 4th-stage Divine Image body would not be able to withstand it. It was very likely that one would be shattered by the spear. However, the advantage of killing the mount first was obvious. At least, the King of Divine Image's movement speed was significantly reduced. It would not be as difficult to hit him as before. Shenzong used his perfect realm sword technique. Sword after sword, he looked for opportunities to strike the King of Divine Image's body. The King of Divine Image's strength was tyrannical, especially after fusing with the Divine Image essence of the mount. It was even stronger and more shocking. Its attack speed was also very fast, and its defense was terrifying. However, without the mount, its speed and agility were significantly reduced. This was one of its weaknesses. Its second weakness was its martial arts techniques. The King of Divine Image did not have any martial arts techniques. With a spear in hand, it relied purely on its terrifying strength to wield it. It did not have any spear techniques to speak of. Even if it did, it was very crude. If it could master a superb spear technique, its combat ability would be at least several times stronger. At that time, Not only would the 5 of them not be able to do anything to it, but they would also be killed. If there was a weakness, then there was a need to target it. Bogu's spear techniques were superb. Chunzong's sword techniques were superb, and the other 3's martial arts techniques were not bad either. Even so, except for Chunzong, the other 4 had all used the Heavenly Spring essence. Otherwise, they would have been killed long ago. Bogu exploded again. Suddenly, his spear pierced through the air. The Great Path Loss technique released a terrifying power that directly bombarded the King of Divine Image's body. This seemed to be a move that hurt the enemy by 1,000, but also hurt himself by 800. The King of Divine Image was directly pushed back a dozen meters, and Bogu's Divine Image body became much thinner. It seemed that he had overdrawn his energy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the others also exploded, bombarding the King of Divine Image's body again. Bogu's Divine Image body once again solidified, and his aura returned to its peak. Heavenly Spring Essence. The second Heavenly Spring Essence. It was also the last one. Fortunately, the King of Godly Image's Godly Image body had been severely damaged by their attacks, and its power had decreased significantly. However, even though its power had decreased, the King of Divine Phase was still very powerful. No one could defeat it one-on-one. They still had to team up. Bogu also took the opportunity to transmit a message to the others, explaining that he had used up all of his Heavenly Spring Essence. In other words, he couldn't use the same move again unless he was confident that he could kill the King of Gods. The King of Divine Aspects seemed to understand that Bogu was the strongest, and he posed the greatest threat to him. He had to get rid of him first. The golden spear pierced through the air and blasted towards Bogu. With a single strike, Bogu was sent flying. His celestial image dimmed even more. The second spear suddenly changed direction, and with a terrifying force, it smashed towards Chunzong. It was too fast and too ferocious. Chunzong couldn't dodge it and was hit directly. However, Chunzong blocked it with his Milky Way sword, and his whole body was sent flying. The King of Godly Image's body shook, and its godly power dissipated. Its power weakened again. Fight to the death. The 5 of them were fighting with their lives on the line against the King of Divine Image. It was as if they only had one chance at life, and they were determined to fight to the death. The World Sword technique was constantly used, and the One Heart Sutra was constantly activated. Chunzong was comprehending the mysteries of the World Sword technique while observing the King of Divine Image's attacks. Because of this, Chunzong was able to hold on until now without using up the Heavenly Spring Essence. World Sword technique, suppressing mountains and rivers. Chunzong took advantage of the opportunity again and used a Great Path technique. It was extremely powerful. He slashed out with his sword, and it seemed to be able to cut through everything. It directly slashed the King of Divine Image's body, causing damage again. The King of Divine Image suddenly turned around and stabbed his spear towards Chunzong. The force of the attack was shocking, and it directly hit Chunzong's body. The Minglan sword armor was directly hit, and there were countless ripples on it. It was as if the sword armor was going to shatter, and it made a sound as if it couldn't bear the weight of the attack. A part of the terrifying power passed through the Minglan sword armor and directly bombarded Chunzong's Godly Image's body. It made Chunzong feel as if his Godly Image's body was going to be penetrated and shattered. Cracks also appeared on the Minglan sword armor, as if it would shatter at any time. Previously, the Godly Image's body was constantly damaged, and the power of the Godly Image was constantly weakened. This caused its strength to weaken, and its attack power also decreased. Naturally, the damage it caused to the King of Divine Image was also decreasing. However, Chunzong had not used up the essence of Heavenly Spring. Instead, he relied on his own ability and the assistance of the 7 ultimate martial token to recover. This time, however, he had to use up the essence of Heavenly Spring. In an instant, Chunzong felt that as the essence of Heavenly Spring was digested in his body, a pure and vigorous power also spread out. It was like a torrential flood, and it was like a storm. In a very short time, it spread to every part of his body. Some of it even poured into the Ming Lan sword armor, forming a cycle. Chunzong felt that his godly image's body was also condensed to the extreme in a short time. The power of the godly image filled the godly image's body, surging like a tide. Even the cracks on the Ming Lan sword armor disappeared. Recovered. Completely recovered. This shocked Chunzong. The secret treasure of the godly image was indeed extraordinary. It was only the essence of heavenly spring, but had completely restored his godly image's body and power to his peak. It was really a good treasure. If he had more of it, he would be able to face the king of godly images alone. Of course, a secret treasure of the heavenly spring was too rare. At least until now, Chunzong had only obtained it once, and it was given to him by Bo Gu when he was hunting the king of godly images. If not for that, Chunzong would not have encountered any secret treasure of the godly image. No, it should be said that before the essence of heavenly spring, Chunzong had also encountered a secret treasure of the godly image, which was the 7 ultimate martial token. However, although the 7 ultimate martial token was very good, it was still inferior to the essence of heavenly spring. Subconsciously, Chunzong took a deep breath and consumed the essence of heavenly spring. After recovering, Chunzong also had a new understanding, which was the understanding of the world Tao. Previously, he had been constantly studying the world scroll. Although he had not fully understood it, it had left a deep impression on him. He had used the world sword technique again and again, using the great paths suppressing mountains and rivers. Under the pressure of the king of godly images, he had integrated them and made a breakthrough. The sword chi exploded, and the illusory image of mountains and rivers suddenly appeared. Compared to before, it was much clearer. Not only that, but the power of suppression had also increased by at least 2 times. The world sword technique, suppressing mountains and rivers. Under the endless sword chi of mountains and rivers, Chunzong's sword burst out. The sword light was vast, and the illusory image of mountains and rivers surrounded it. The power was endless, and it directly slashed down, suppressing everything. The king of godly images was suppressed in an instant. Suppression. The suppression power of the sword had increased by 2 times. If the previous suppressive power had been nothing to the king of divine image, then this suppressive power had a real effect on the king of divine image. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the others also attacked the king of godly image's body. Chunzong's sword light, surrounded by mountains and rivers, slashed down. It also carried the power of the sword armor and the Milky Way sword itself, which increased the power of the sword by a lot. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound. The king of godly images' extremely hard armor with amazing defensive power was suddenly cut open by Chunzong's sword, and a crack appeared. Good chance. Pogu's eyes shone like a dragon's as he made a prompt decision. Without the slightest hesitation, he erupted once more, exhausting his strength to unleash his most tyrannical attack. This attack was the spear, the Great Path's spear technique. It had caused considerable damage to the king of godly images several times. But before this, the spear had been blocked by the king of godly images armor, so the damage caused was limited. But this time, it followed the crack created by Chunzong's sword and attacked the king of godly image's body in an instant. The spear pierced through the air and immediately pierced the king of godly image's body, suppressing the mountains and rivers. Chunzong burst out a second time and slashed out again. Mid-level. After using and comprehending it again and again, Chunzong had derived the suppressing the mountains and rivers technique to new heights. It surpassed the low-level star level and reached the mid-level star level. Its power was multiplied. It was precisely because of this that he was able to suppress the king of godly images for a moment. Moreover, with the power of the sword armor and the Milky Way sword, he was able to cut open the king of godly images' amazing defensive power. This sword slashed through the crack in the armor and directly hit the king of godly images' body. Bogu's fatal attack directly injured the king of godly images. The king of godly images' power was quickly drained, and his strength was obviously reduced. Facing Chunzong's sword, the king of godly images couldn't dodge at all. As the sword slashed through, the terrible power immediately cut into the king of godly images' body, causing more and more damage. The armor also cracked even more. The other three seized the opportunity and attacked instantly. They bombarded the cracks in the armor and directly hit the king of godly images' body. The king of godly images' body was indeed very strong, but without the defense of the armor, its strength was limited. The king of godly images' body was damaged even more thoroughly. The faster the godly images' power was drained, the more their strength decreased. Kill! Kill! All of them roared as if they were roaring. They poured out all their power and bombarded the king of godly images' body without holding back. The suppressing the mountains and rivers technique was used for the third time. It slashed into the king of godly images' body again, and suddenly it was completely split open. It dissipated. The king of godly images' body also dissipated, leaving behind a 3-meter-long golden essence of godly images. It was like a flood dragon, exuding a shocking aura. Chapter 26:11. Blazing. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the 10-meter-long golden object that looked like a dragon. Essence of the god. That was the essence of the king of gods, the super essence of the god that was closest to the god's origin. Chunzong knew what the god's origin was like. There was a huge difference between the god's essence and the god's essence, but the king of god's essence was said to be the closest to the god's origin. One could imagine how amazing it was. Just by sensing it, he could feel how strong, pure, and vigorous the aura of the king of divine characteristics divine form was. It was completely incomparable to the 300-foot king of divine form's essence. There was no comparison between the two. The difference between them was fundamental. Taking a deep breath, Bogu immediately made his move. With a swing of his spear, the god's essence was split into two. In the next moment, he directly absorbed half of it. As for the other half, Chunzong swung his sword. It looked like a single swing of his sword, but it directly divided the god's essence into 4 equal parts. Chunzong absorbed one of the parts into his body. As for the other 3 parts, they were absorbed by the 3rd, 5th, and 6th seats respectively. At this point, everyone was relieved. Once the god's essence entered their body, it was equivalent to them owning it. Even if they were killed, it would not drop. Thank you. The 3 of them expressed their gratitude to Bogu and Chunzong. They expressed their gratitude to Bogu because he invited them to hunt the king of gods together and gave them the essence of the heavenly spring. In the end, they succeeded. They expressed their gratitude to Chunzong because Chunzong had contributed a lot. It could be said that Bogu was the initiator and had an important contribution to successfully hunting the king of gods. However, Chunzong's contribution was also indispensable. If Chunzong had not cut through the king of gods' armor, allowing everyone's attacks to directly attack the king of gods' body, they would probably have to continue fighting. As for whether they could successfully kill the king of gods in the end, it was still unknown. The king of divine aspect was too difficult to deal with. He was too strong. If it weren't for the heaven spring quintessence, the hunt would have been a failure. And if Chunzong hadn't broken through the king of gods' armor, there was a 60% chance that the hunt would have ended in failure. Not only would everyone have died, but they would also have lost 7 strands of heaven spring quintessence. It was reasonable to say that Chunzong's contribution was great, and it was reasonable for him to ask for more of the essence of the god's form. However, Chunzong did not do so, and still distributed it as they had agreed before. The essence of the king of gods was known as the super essence that was closest to the origin. Who wouldn't want it? Therefore, everyone was very grateful to Chunzong. Everyone, let's go. Bogus smiled. Everyone nodded. While refining the king of gods' essence, they turned around and left quickly. After this, maybe I won't enter the divine aspect secret realm again. You should find another suitable person to join the 7 ultimate martial arts, Bogu said with a smile. After obtaining half of the essence of the King of Gods, Bogu was very confident that he could find an opportunity to achieve divine aspect reunification. Once he achieved divine aspect reunification, he would not be able to enter the divine aspect secret realm again, and there would be one more person left in the 7 ultimate martial arts. However, Shenzong did not want to find another person to join the 7 ultimate martial arts. It was very difficult to refine the essence of the King of Gods because it was extremely pure and vigorous. Even with the help of the 7 ultimate martial arts token, it would take more time. Everyone separated. Shenzong walked out of the Mingguang abyss, speeding up the refining process. He could feel that his god's form was quickly solidifying and becoming more compact. It was as if it was transforming from stone to steel. The power of the god's form was also increasing, causing Shenzong's basic strength to increase. The god's form's essence seemed small. It was not even as big as the god's form's essence. However, the power it contained was far greater than the complete god's form's essence. It was an essential difference. Increase. As it continued to increase, Shenzong could clearly feel the changes in his god's form. It was very shocking. Originally, when he had just stepped into the Mingguang abyss, he had only just entered the 3rd stage. After he had obtained some of the god's form's essence, he had condensed and increased his strength. However, there was still a big gap between him and the 4th stage. Now, however, Shenzong could feel that he was constantly approaching the 4th stage. Condense. Condense again. Increase. Increase again. It was as if there was no end to the condensation and increase in strength. The god's aura from the outside world was also constantly being absorbed and poured into the god's form's body, causing the god's form's power to grow even stronger. Finally, Shenzong's god's form had condensed to the peak of the 3rd stage. Then, it had reached the pinnacle. However, the god's aura continued to pour into his body. Around Shenzong's god's form's body, the god's aura swept in like a storm. It was as if it had turned into a whirlpool, and Shenzong had become the center of the whirlpool. The whistling sound continued, sweeping in all directions. The aura of the divine form became denser and more violet. It was like the water of a long river surging endlessly, pouring into Shenzong's body. It was as if it was going to explode. The god's aura that kept pouring into Shenzong's god's form's body was rapidly transformed into god's form's power. As the god's form's power flowed, it replenished and strengthened the god's form's body, causing it to further condense and become more powerful. In turn, it helped to strengthen the god's form's power. They complemented each other. Shenzong finally understood how rare the god's essence was. Not only did it contain amazing power, but could also guide the god's aura from the outside world into the body, just like now. Generally speaking, the god's form's body would condense first, and then the god's form's power would increase. However, with the help of the god's essence, Shenzong was able to use the god's form's power to condense the god's form's body, and then feed it back. The storm was raging, and the whistling sound was endless. Shenzong's body also shook violently, like rolling thunder. It was amazing. When the god's aura around him was completely absorbed into the god's form's body and transformed into god's form's power, Shenzong felt his god's form shake involuntarily. The tyrannical god's form's power was like a surging tide. The Minglan sword armor on his body also rippled with layers of blue ripples, and blue light shone brightly. Condense. Vaguely, Shenzong seemed to hear something. He felt that his god's form's body was condensed to the extreme in an instant, breaking the limit and rising to a new height. Then, the god's form's power seemed to be transforming in layers of turbulent waves. Strong. A very tyrannical feeling filled the air, and Shenzong felt like he had crushed a mountain and shattered a vacuum. This kind of power was incomparable to before. The 4th stage. The body refining god's form had finally condensed to the 4th stage. In other words, the current Qinzong had truly reached the level of a supermaster. There were less than 100 supermasters in the entire transcendent boundary realm. However, there might be one more in the future. For example, the third, fifth, and sixth seats of the 7 absolute martial skills. When they refined the essence of the king of God's form, their God's form would also condense to the 4th stage. At that time, their strength would increase greatly, especially the 3rd seat, who might be able to master a true great Tao lost art and become a supermaster. As for the 5th and 6th seats, they had not mastered a great Tao martial skill to perfection, let alone a great Tao lost art. However, if their God's form was condensed to the 4th stage, their strength would also increase by leaps and bounds, surpassing ordinary top masters. The aura of the God's form was no longer as mighty as a storm. Instead, it returned to a peaceful and even speed as it merged into Qinzong's body. After the breakthrough, Qinzong began to stabilize in the 4th stage. The Divine Light Group. Qinzong's eyes flashed. The 4th stage God's form had allowed Qinzong to reach the level of a supermaster in terms of basic strength. Perhaps there was still a gap between him and the Divine Light Group's leader, 30% CI. However, Qinzong was confident that he could kill him with a middle star grade martial skill, suppressing mountains and rivers. With a thought, Qinzong immediately used the 7 absolute martial token to send a message to the 3rd, 5th, and 6th seats, asking if they knew where the Divine Light Group's leader, 30% CI, was. After all, if he went to look for him, he didn't know when he would find him, unless he was lucky enough to meet him by coincidence. I'll go and ask around. The 3 of them naturally didn't know, but they quickly replied, and the contents of their replies were similar. Of course, Qinzong wouldn't stay idle. He was looking for a 3,000-foot God's form in the Mingguang Abyss, preparing to kill it alone. Although his God's form had reached the 4th stage, it was only the beginning. He could continue to improve it to the extreme. In addition, 30% CI, the leader of the Divine Light Group, might appear in the Mingguang Abyss. If he was lucky, he might meet him. Even if he didn't meet him, he could still kill a 3,000-foot God's form to refine and absorb its essence, continuing to improve his God's form and power. The stronger he was, the more confident he would be in killing 30% CI. With his current strength, it wouldn't be a problem to kill a 3,000-foot God's form alone. It didn't take long for Qinzong to find a 300-foot tall, godly form. When the 300-foot tall, godly form saw Qinzong, it immediately rushed over. Its huge body and shocking aura caused the surrounding air to ripple and the ground to tremble. Qinzong didn't dodge. Instead, he faced it head-on and slashed out the World Sword Principle. The power of the World Sword Principle, which was activated with the power of the 4th stage, was even more shocking. Qinzong didn't use AO Wu. He just activated the World Sword Principle and fought fiercely with the 3,000-foot God's form. His purpose was naturally to test his current strength and adapt to the further increase in strength after his breakthrough. After a moment of fierce fighting, the 3,000-foot God's form was killed by Qinzong, leaving behind a thick God's form essence. Qinzong quickly absorbed it into his body, and then quickly refined and absorbed it. Compared to refining the essence of the king of godly manifestations, it was much faster. Before long, Qinzong had finished refining it. Unfortunately, after refining the essence of the 3,000-foot God's form, Qinzong felt that the improvement of his God's form and power wasn't obvious. He could only accumulate it slowly. Chapter 26:12. The Mingguang Abyss was vast, far larger than the Blade Mountain and the Coiling Dragon Valley. Qinzong continued to search for the 3,000 feet tall celestial bodies and continued to hunt. 1, 2, 3. When Qinzong killed the 13th godly form, the 7 ultimate martial token vibrated. It was a message from Tianqi. 30% CI, the leader of the Divine Light Group, was hunting godly forms in the Mingguang Abyss with 2 top fighters and a dozen elite fighters. Mingguang Abyss. Chen Zong smiled. It saved him the trouble of looking elsewhere. Moreover, Tianqi had found out the general location of 30% CI and the others. It was more convenient for Chen Zong to go there directly. Chen Zong, do you want to deal with the Divine Light group? Count me in, Tianqi said. I'll go too, the 3rd and 5th seat said. Count me in, the 1st seat, Bo Gu said. Thank you, everyone. However, I alone am enough, Chen Zong replied. With his current strength, he could definitely kill 30% CI. If he could kill 30% CI, the other members of the Divine Light group would not be a problem. If you need help, just say the word, Bo Gu replied. The others also expressed their opinions. After all, they had just killed the king of godly forms not long ago and had established a tacit understanding. In that battle, Chen Zong had contributed a lot. There was no harm in befriending Chen Zong. Perhaps they would meet in the universe at some point. Geniuses like them would really explore the universe after reaching the 4th realm. It would not be too difficult for them to break through to the 5th realm. At that time, they would definitely explore the universe in search of opportunities. Although the possibility of meeting was not high, there was still a slight chance. According to Tianqi's information, Chen Zong headed northeast of the Mingguang Abyss. The people of the Divine Light group were hunting gods in the northeast of the abyss. The saber light was overbearing and ferocious to the extreme. It was incomparably awe-inspiring as it slashed through the air. The 300-foot-tall body of the divine image was instantly severed and rapidly dissipated, leaving behind a thick divine image essence. Immediately, 30% Chung Ci slashed out with his saber, directly splitting the celestial image essence into 2. Then, he divided the other half into many segments. He absorbed half of the celestial image essence, while the other half was absorbed by the 2 top experts and a dozen elite experts. Refining and absorbing, the bodies of the godly forms continued to condense and their godly power became stronger. A god's image was flying over from the distance. Every step it took covered hundreds to thousands of feet. It wasn't trying to hide its aura, so it was immediately sensed by 30% of the cultivators. However, this was the Netherlight Abyss, and there would often be other god image bodies coming here to hunt god images, so it was not surprising. However, this time around, San Sheng Ci frowned because he instinctively felt that this person seemed to have come for them. His eyes narrowed slightly. His gaze was dense and sharp like the edge of a blade as he looked over. Immediately, he revealed an indescribable expression of surprise. Why? Because the figure that was flying towards him seemed to be the one that he had killed not long ago. Logically speaking, it would take at least a year for someone to enter the divine appearance secret realm again. How could it be possible that it had only been a few months? Could it be that it was not the one that he had killed, but his twin brother? This was very possible. It was normal for twin brothers to look the same. 30% CI thought for a while and came up with a reason. He became more and more certain, because the aura emanating from the godly form was completely different from that of the one that he had killed. Of course, the aura of the godly forms of chi cultivation and godly forms of body cultivation were different. The godly forms of chi cultivation mastered the Tao of heart, while the godly forms of body cultivation mastered the Tao of world. The aura of the Tao of heart and the Tao of world were naturally different. Are you here to avenge your brother? San Sheng Ci's eyes were like sharp blades as he stared at Chen Zong. His tone was as sharp as a blade, capable of tearing through everything. Chen Zong's expression did not change, but he was a little surprised. However, since the other party thought so, he would just let him think so. There was no answer, or rather, Chen Zong's answer was to draw his sword. The Sky River sword flashed, and sword chi lingered around it. Suddenly it slashed out. The world swordsmanship of the perfect realm erupted with shocking power, cutting through everything. Slash! The power of this sword immediately made 30% C's expression turn solemn. He was secretly shocked, but he had no intention of dodging. He raised his blade, and as the blade light flashed, An extremely fierce blade slashed out. It was also the great path blade technique of the perfect realm. Its power was extremely shocking, as if it could cut through everything. If it was the godly forms of chi cultivation from before, Chunzong would not be able to fight head-on with 30% CI, because the power of the heart swordsmanship was not as good as the other party's blade technique. Moreover, at that time, Chunzong's godly forms were obviously weaker than the other parties. The result of a head-on clash was that he would be directly sent flying. But now, under the sword of the world swordsmanship, Chunzong was not sent flying. On the contrary, they were evenly matched. In terms of power alone, the world swordsmanship was better than the other party's blade technique. The sword light shattered, and the saber light dissipated. Chunzong struck out again, displaying his superb swordsmanship. He displayed all of his attainments. The power of each strike was shockingly strong, and it killed mercilessly. 30% C's expression was cold, and his eyes flickered with cold light. His aura was extremely shocking. He held the blade with both hands, and his blade technique was extremely fierce. He slashed out again and again. Kill! Kill! Saber after saber, without any intention of dodging or defending, continued to slash at Chunzong. His ferocity was astonishing. There was a kind of ruthlessness and decisiveness, as if he was going to fight with his life on the line. This would make people with weak wills feel afraid. It would weaken their own momentum and affect the performance of their strength. However, this kind of ruthlessness and decisiveness did not affect Chunzong at all. On the contrary, Chunzong did not hesitate or fear. Kill! 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 The amazing power of the world swordsmanship, coupled with Chunzong's own superb swordsmanship, made Chunzong's every move more and more mysterious. Gradually, the rhythm was led by Chunzong. Chunzong took the lead, and 30% CI began to be at a disadvantage. Although Chunzong was not as strong as 30% CI in terms of divine form power, they were both in stage 4, and the gap between them was not as obvious as before. After all, they were both in stage 4, so they were at the same stage. The more they fought, the more shocked 30% CI was. How could this be? How could this person be so strong? He was completely incomparable to the previous person. Sure enough, they were not the same person, but his brother. It's time for you to die. Chunzong's voice suddenly sounded. In an instant, sword chi burst out, and sword will soared into the sky. The sword was vigorous and overbearing, full of amazing power, suppressing all directions. In an instant, everything within 100 meters seemed to be suppressed. It stopped and solidified, and the wind seemed to have disappeared. World swordsmanship suppressing mountains and rivers. Without hesitation, Chunzong directly slashed out with his sword. He even used the power of the sword armor, which increased the sharpness of the sword by 30%. It was even more shocking. Kill! The illusory image of mountains and rivers formed by sword chi surrounded the surroundings. In an instant, it slashed down, mercilessly slashing at 30% CI. 30% CI looked ferocious. He raised his long saber, and endless saber light burst out. He directly slashed out, displaying his unique skill. However, it was only an inferior star-level, Great Path unique skill. However, Chunzong suppressing mountains and rivers was a middle star-level, Great Path unique skill. Its power was twice as strong as an inferior star-level unique skill. With the power of the sword armor, it was strengthened by 30%. It was even more terrifying. Kill! 30% C saber was immediately shattered. The sword light slashed down, and the suppressing mountains and rivers directly bombarded 30% C's body. The armor on 30% C's body suddenly emitted a strong light, blocking Chunzong's sword. The two top masters and more than a dozen elite masters were also shocked. While they were shocked, they quickly reacted and attacked Chunzong. Obviously, 30% CI, their leader, was completely at a disadvantage. You're all useless. Chunzong smiled coldly. His figure flashed, and he displayed the world sword technique. While avoiding the heavy attacks, he directly killed his way into the elite masters. Like a tiger in a flock of sheep, no one could block Chunzong's sword. The gap between an elite expert and a super expert was too big. Not long after, more than a dozen elite masters were killed by Chunzong. Then it was the turn of the two top masters. "Let's go." 30% CI roared, his eyes bloodshot. However, it was too late. As soon as Chunzong displayed the wind blast light kill, his speed exploded to the extreme. It was completely impossible for the two top masters to dodge. Kill. He killed them with a sword. So far, except for 30% CI, the leader of the Divine Light group, the rest had died one after another under Chunzong's sword. For example, the two top masters, including Yi Xing, were still unable to enter the Divine Aspect secret realm. Then, there were the 5 elite masters of the Divine Light group who were killed in the Coiling Dragon Valley. Now, all of them were in the Mingguang Abyss. After all, there were only more than 20 people in the Divine Light group. You're the only one left. Chunzong glanced at 30% CI and said in a calm tone. 30% C's face was gloomy. His eyes were extremely fierce, as if he wanted to tear Chunzong apart. Immediately, his strength exploded again. Another great Dao secret art was unleashed, mercilessly slashing at Chunzong. However, after that slash, 30% CI turned around and urged his remaining strength to burst out at an astonishing speed, flying into the distance. He wanted to escape. After all, if he was killed, he would not be able to enter the super extreme stage for more than a year. At that time, it would take even more time to upgrade his divine aspect body to the limit of the 4th stage. Therefore, he cannot die. However, would Chunzong let him escape? No. After avoiding the slash, Chunzong directly chased after him at an astonishing speed. Chase. Frantic pursuit. Both of their divine aspect powers were constantly being consumed, but they were absorbing the divine aspect aura from the outside world into their bodies to help them recover. Chunzong had the help of an artifact like the 7 Extinction Marshal token, so his recovery speed was doubled. Who is that? 30% CI, the leader of the Divine Light group, the Supermaster 30% CI. What wrong with him? It seems like he's being chased. When some people saw this scene, their faces were immediately filled with astonishment. 30% CI, a famous super expert, was actually fleeing in panic. It was simply inconceivable. An even more inconceivable scene appeared in front of them. Chunzong's figure flickered as he executed the thunderclap lightning slash, transforming into a bolt of lightning that tore through the air, rapidly closing in on 30% CI. After using the thunderclap lightning slash several times in a row, he then executed the mountain river suppressing sword and killed 30% CI. At this point, the Divine Light group was annihilated by Chunzong's sword. Baidu searching 81 Chinese Networko. No advertising message that you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.